Yes, sir, the witness in.
Ungaba nenkinga ukuthi ukhulume okanye uthathe isifonyo sokukhuluma iqiniso?
Cha ngeke nenkinga.
No objection in taking a prescribed oath, my lord. Uyafunga ukuthi ufakazi ozokuletha manje kuyoba iqiniso liphelele ngaphandle kokunye uma ngabe kunjalo. Phakamise sokudla isandla. Inkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Inkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Oath taken, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Ramusepi, any questions for this witness?
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted. Morning, sir.
Uyabingelela.
Yebo sabona.
Sorry, I missed your rank because I call police officers in court by ranks when I address them.
Captain Mchali.
Captain Mchali, I'm indebted. Now, yesterday you gave us a very informative analysis of SAP 13, how it works, and what is the need and the necessity of maintaining chain of custody, especially with regard to items like firearms and firearm-related evidence like projectiles, whether fragmented or whole?
Isidingo sokuthi ke kube ne chain of custody kakhulukazi sesibheka ingxenye zokufakaza ezifana nazo ke lezi ama ibhamu ke nenhlamvu kanjalo ama projectiles ungathi ukusicacisela khona lapho.
Yebo my lord, njengoba bengishilo izolo.
As I have indicated yesterday,
ukuthi uma usebenza kwi SAP 13 store as a commander,
if you're working in the SAP store as a commander,
egama lesingisi you are being entrusted. Okusho ukuthi unikezwe wonke amandla ukuthi yonke exhibit ekhona lapha singazakhuluma nje ngefirearm exhibit nje ngene SAP store kumele ivikeleke.
in other words, you are then entrusted so that every piece of evidence that is in the store should be protected.
Ngoba kufika zona insuku efana nalezi ukuthi manje funeke ibe i-evidence so akumele iphazamiseke.
Because days such as these ones will come where in such an evidence will be needed in court, and such an evidence should not be tampered with.
That
is of utmost importance in as far as my duties are concerned in the store.
Now, the police personnel that you deal with that come to the SAP store to collect firearms to be taken to the FSL, do you normally have interaction with the ballistics? Do they directly come and pick the firearms themselves from the SAPS, or are the firearms sent to ballistic?
Ngabe uyakwazi ukuxhumana nje ngokuqondile nje nalaba ballistic ngoba amaphoyisa yeza azothatha ke ingxenye zobufakazi kanjalo ake sikhulume mhlambe ngeibhamu kumele ibhamu ihambe ziye ku ballistic uyakwazi ke ukuthi mhlambe ungaqondana nabo ke abasebenza ku ballistic?
Cha ngixhuma ngichasi nabo.
No, I do not have a direct interaction with them.
And you testified yesterday, and I wasn't clear on this aspect. You said this particular firearm, if I understood you correctly, was first booked at the CSC SAP 13 register, correct?
CSC SAP 13 register. It is indeed so, yes.
And if I understood you correctly, because I'm lost there, so if I put the wrong thing, correct me. Then it was never at that time, the 10th of February 2015, it was not transferred to the SAP 13, that is your store now, and the transfer register, which is the firearms transfer register, correct?
Yeah.
It is indeed so, yes.
So a police officer came to CSC, booked the firearm directly from CSC to FSL, ballistics unit.
Yes, it is so, yes.
Now let's come to the tail end of this firearm as it moves up and down the ballistics and back to SAP 13. Your testimony yesterday is that this firearm, first on the 27th of July 2020, together with items 3.1 to 3.3 inclusive, they were booked back by Brigadier, or I'm not sure his title exactly, but Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel, I think, Mangena, on the 27th of July.
Zabuyiswa ke
2020.
lezobufakazi 3.1 ukuya ku 3.3 nge 27th ka July 2020. Is it the 27th of July?
Yeah, it says 27 July 2020, items 3.1 to 3.3 booked back by Lieutenant Colonel Christian Mangena.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes. Jeba kuyiqiniso lokho u Sergeant Mangena uyena ke wabuyisa leso zinto okanye le ngxezo zobufakazi nge 27th of July 2020.
Were you present on this day? Were you working when this was done? Because I know now you don't exclusively sit at the SAP store because you've got a higher rank.
Ubukhona ke wena ngaleso sikhathi ngoba ngiyakwazi ukuthi awuvele uhlale nje khona lapha usune isihlalo singathi siphezulu khona lapha ne SAP 13. Ubukhona wena uqobo lwakho?
Yebo ngithi ukubuyisela emuva kancane sathathwa kumina nge20 ngangikhona.
Now let me take you back. It was taken from me on the 20th and I was there.
Sihamba se ballistic
And it was taken to ballistics.
by Colonel Mangena.
And that was taken by Colonel Mangena.
Then 7 days later on the 27th,
And then 7 days later on the 27th,
Lieutenant Colonel wabuyisa futhi lama item back station.
The Lieutenant
Wabuyisa kumina.
Lieutenant Colonel brought back the same items to me at the station.
Yes,
And-
I'm with you, Captain. Let's take it slowly. Now, you see the question that I asked you at the beginning, that do you personally have interactions with ballistic personnel as to regards the collection and the returning of firearm evidence? You said no, but in this instance, on the 20th of July 2020, Colonel Mangena came and booked the firearm out and its related evidence, the projectiles and whatever that was in 3.1 to 3.3. Is that procedural?
Uyakhumbula ngeke ngakubuza phambilini ukuthi uyaxhumana yini nje kukhoma nabo laba ke abase ballistic ukuthi bafike lapha yana uxhumane nje na uqobo lwakho uxhumane nje nabo wathi cha manje ngabe lokho ke kuse kuyinqubo enisebenza ngayo njengoba lona uMangena efikile kuwena wafika wazobhuka lezi zinto ke futhi yena uMangena waphinde futhi waziletha la kuwena.
Ake ngichazeke la ngosenkantolo.
Let me just explain it here.
Yebo.
Let me just explain it here.
Mina ngaze manje ukuthi uMangena is a ballistic personnel.
I only came to know about it now that Mangena was a ballistic official or personnel.
Umeza kumina ezobhuka isibhamu procedure yami it's an IO ufuna le item ihambi ballistic.
When he comes to me to come and book out the exhibit or the item, according to my knowledge, it is the IO that comes to me and he books an item out so that it can be taken to ballistics.
Angibuza abantu mabefikile ukuthi usebenza kuyipi uTT or mountain yamahasho reni ufuna iexhibit yakho mina ngunikeza iexhibit yakho lo uyifunayo uyisayinele uhambe.
I do not inquire about the profile of that particular person. You want your exhibit, you book the exhibit out, and I'm giving you the exhibit. So that then you sign for that exhibit, and then you leave.
I-procedure injalo ke mhlekazi.
That is how the procedure is.
Yes, but my question was that, is that procedural for a ballistic expert to come and collect exhibits directly from the SAP store clerk himself?
Engikubuza khona ukuthi ngabe kuyi procedure leyo ke ukuthi i-ballistic personnel isuke la isuka khona izeke izothatha ingxenye yobufakazi khona laphana kuwena. Angisho wena usebenza ngama IO ngabe kusemgomeni ke wokusebenza kwakho uthi lona afike wase ballistic ukuthi azobhuka i-exhibit azoyibhuka out i-exhibit.
Ngoze nkatolo ngengiqamba manga ke kulombuzo awubuzayo umhlekazi. Angeke ngisho ukuthi kuyi-procedural or is not.
Well, I would not really have to lie on that question that you've asked me. I would not even say that it is procedural or it is not procedural.
Kodwa ngingakuchazela kona ukuthi ke nabantu bama photographer abafikile esinini kunama exhibit abawa collect esinini ahambe straight aye ballistic engadlulanga ku SAP store
Even
nayisuka
regarding-
kwi crime scene.
Even regarding the photographers, they would take the exhibits from the scene, and instead of the exhibit, taken into the office, they don't come to the office. They are taken straight to the ballistics.
Thank you, Captain. Now, on the very same day that Colonel Christian Mangena returns the very same fire evidence 3.1 to 3.3, the IO in this case, Colonel Gininda, or now he's a Brigadier Gininda, comes and collects the same items and books them out, and your entry is that they are booked out for head office. Is that correct?
Wena ke washo kanjalo ukuthi uma ke sekufika uGininda emva kokuthi lona umangena elethe lezo zinto ke item 3.1 kuya ku 3.3 sekufika ke uGininda ufika uyayibhuka ke uyayikhipha ientry yakho ithi zabhukhelwa ziswa head office kunjalo.
Yebo bafika behamba bobabili hayi ukuthi bashiyana.
Yes, they came in each other's company. It's not like the one came first and the other one came later on. They came in each other's company.
Sorry, let me understand. Are you talking about Mangena?
Usikhuluma ngomangena.
Yebo
No,
bekunombuzo futhi kaGinendi
Okay.
khona la.
Shuthi ukukhuluma ngomangena noGininda.
Yebo ukuthi
Bafika
uMangena
esibhedlela.
wafika ebuyisa isibhamu
Ehhe.
ehamba naye ubrigadier now uGinendi.
Yes, that I'm referring to the both of them. That Mangena came in the company of Brigadier Gininda.
And then ubrigadier Gininda sathi nje mase receiver asingenanga ngisho store ubrigadier Gininda uMangena umesibuyisa asingenanga ngisho kwi safe.
Now, when Mangena brought it in, it didn't even go into the safe, or it didn't. But the item was not even stored,
Yena sayinisa ukuthi usesilethile
and he was then made to sign that he brought it back.
and then now the procedure ukuthi ke manje siphume futhi sihambe.
And the next procedure or the next step was that it now has to be booked out so that it can be taken away.
Yiko ke ugine signature ka lapha ientry lelandelayo ethi item 3.1 to 3.23 by that time Colonel Gininda head office book out for wangitshela mina uthi usibukela out manje for icase yase Vosloorus 636 which is 10/2014 sahamba ke for safekeeping.
Now, when this item was brought back, that is why the entry reads that items 3.1 to 3.3, that then Colonel Gininda booked those items out to the head office. And the reason that he furnished was that this was booked out for case 636 of Vosloorus
For safekeeping.
for safekeeping.
You've just anticipated my question, the next question correctly, which was the reason for the booking. But even if it's booked for 636, you are still the custodian of that firearm because it's still a Cleveland SAP 13 number that regulates the movement of this firearm to and fro, ballistics, head office, or whatever investigation takes place, but it still needs to come back to you eventually, correct?
Ekugcineni wena unamandla wokulawula leso sibhamu ukuthi ngoba phela ke sibhuphe esilethwa eCleveland kanti ke ukuthi siyaphuma siyangena siyakuphi wena ke onelukhu unamandla wokuthi ungalawula leso sibhamu ka leyo ngxenye ke yobufakazi.
Ake ngichazelana ke Nkosi enkantolo.
Let me try and explain this now.
Mangikhumbula kahle ukuthi isibhamu lesi sibuya kwi case yase Cleveland possession.
Now, if I recall well, this firearm comes from the Cleveland case of the possession of the firearm.
And iphelile leyo case yavalwa kwaze kwaphuma instruction ukuthi destroy.
Now, that case was finalized and the docket was closed. Then an instruction was issued that firearm must be destroyed.
So lana njengamanje lesibhamu sesiphuma with a new case.
Now, at this point in time, this firearm is now booked out with a new case,
Engahlangene neyase Cleveland.
which has got nothing to do
Ngoba
with
yase
the
Cleveland,
Cleveland
yase
case,
Cleveland iphelile.
because the Cleveland case has been finalized.
Wasithatha ke uKennel Ginenda by then ngoba ethi uyosigcina sibe safe le ngoba usesilinke after investigation emva kokuphenyo usesitholile ukuthi siqhumana nale case yase Vosloorus so uyasusa kuthini.
Then, after he had done his investigations and discovered that this firearm is linked to the Vosloorus case, he then came and booked out that firearm for safekeeping.
Because singakhohlwa ukuthi besesine instruction ukuthi mina ngisigandayi.
We should not forget that there already was the instruction that this firearm needs to be destroyed.
Khona kungenzeke amaphutha ngoba after lesibhamu sihambile lesibhamu sasiyingxenye yebhamu ezu500 kwesami storeroom.
Now, this was a firearm which was in the list of the 500 firearms that were in my storeroom.
Of which njengamanje sengidestroy close to 300 isele 140 or 50.
Now, at this stage, I had already destroyed 300 of those firearms, and the outstanding amount of those firearms that still needs to be destroyed, it's about 140, around 140.
Yes, 148 or 50.
148 to 150.
So singabantu amaphutha siyawenza naso lezi mhlawumbe sasogcina singenile ngikhumbule late ukuthi hey lesibhamu leso kwathiwa ngingasidestroy.
Now, we are people, and at times we commit errors. Perhaps this firearm as well might have ended up in the firearms that were supposed to have been destroyed, and yet there was an instruction that it shouldn't be destroyed.
So as a senior yami ke uBrigadier Ginindi angibonanga kunephutha ukuthi asibhuke yena sise esilethe la head office for safekeeping.
But since he is my senior, I did not see any fault in him booking it out so that he can take it out to go and put it in a safe at the head office.
Okay, I understand that. Now, my next question will be, because now, correctly so, you say it's out of the Cleveland case that has been finalized, there's a disposal order for destruction, forfeited to the state, destroy, right?
Usho njalo ngisho ke ngoba iqhamuka khona laphana eCleveland kanti ke wasekuphuma instruction ukuthi lesi sibhamu masindluliswe kumbuso futhi ke siyogxotshwa.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct, yes.
Just a clarification for me. How then do you finally clear this firearm from your SAP register so that I can't come back to you and say, Captain Charlie, where's this firearm? Although I know Colonel Gininda has booked it out under a different case, but in your system, in your registers, how do you finally clear it so that nobody comes back to you to account for that?
Nikwenza kanjani lokho ke ukuthi nikhiphe lesi sibhamu kuma SAP 13 register wenu ukuthi umuntu angaphindi eza mhlambe kusasa ethi lesi sibhamu sikuphi njengoba sekwaziwa ke kinina ukuthi lesi sibhamu kukhishwe leyo instruction ukuthi masiyo destroy.
Njengoba ke ngishilo ukuthi i-original yalesibhamu singene ngecase yase Cleveland.
As I've already indicated, that the original of this firearm has to do with the Cleveland case.
So manje sesilinkwa kwenye case yase Vosloorus.
Now, this firearm is now linked with the Vosloorus case.
So njengoba esithathile is just ubaba uGininda is a safeguarding it uBrigadier.
Now,
Safeguard.
Since he has taken it or booked it out, he has safeguarded or he is safeguarding that firearm.
Ngalelo langa iyophela khona le case lesi yase Vosloorus le 636. Ke uBrigadier Ginindi uyofuna futhi ukuze azosibuyise ebesefaka instruction ukuthi cha manje ke lesibhamu lesi sesinga destroy.
Now, upon the finalization of that Vosloorus case, the 636 case, again, Brigadier Gininda will be bringing back this firearm with the instruction that let this firearm be disposed of and be destroyed.
ngoba manje kuyobe kusho ukuthi lesibhamu sesiqedile kule case ekhona asisekho isidingo saso.
Because that would then mean that whatever purpose it was serving in this particular or current case, it has served it and there isn't any other reason to keep it.
Ukusho nje futhi ngiphinde ngigcizelela ukuthi makwenziwa i-audit lapha emsebenzini kwenziwa inspection.
Now, I should say that whenever there are audits that are done or even inspections that are conducted,
Lesibhamu leso sisa-counter lapha kwi-storeroom sami.
they are being that firearm is also being counted or linked with the storeroom.
It's just nje siphumile for okwesikhashana.
It is just that in the interim it has been booked out.
Yeah, that was my point, so it's understood. Now, let's move on to the other subject. Now, these firearms that are meant for destruction, especially the forfeited to the state, destroy. There's a procedure now that must be followed before the firearm is eventually destroyed, correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi khona inqubo ethize okanye procedure ethize emayelana ke lezi ibhamu esekhushwe i-instruction ukuthi mazindluliselwe kumbuso futhi ke ziyogxotshwa. Kukhona i-procedure emayelana nazo.
Yebo ikhona.
Yes, there is a procedure relating to such firearms.
And the unit responsible for that, I'm not sure whether I'll be putting words in your own mouth because you know this better than me. That unit is called Flesh and is based here in Pretoria. Do you know about anything called Flesh?
Okuyiyona ebhekene naleyo nkambo ibizwa iFlash.
Yes.
Ngabe uyakwazi lokho?
It's a national head
La
office.
Pretoria. That is correct. Yes, it is in the national head office.
And just for everybody that doesn't know what Flesh stands for, you'll correct me. It stands for the firearms, liquor and second-hand goods. That's an acronym for that, correct?
All right.
Ngabe kunjalo?
All right, Mpahla.
Yes, it is correct like that.
And those firearms that must be destroyed, they must also be destroyed in terms of the law, the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, correct?
Manje lezo ibhamu ke eziyolahlwa kwamele ukuthi ziyodestroya ukuya ke ngemibandela yalowo mthetho 60 of 2000 Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000.
Yebo impela yiyo le act kuhambisane futhi ne-National Instruction 8 of 2017.
Yes, it is that legislation as well as the National Instruction
8 of 2017.
8 of 2017. That has to do with the SAPS.
Now, before a firearm now the firearm is declared forfeited, destroy. Forfeited to the state, destroy. That's the instruction, that's the disposal order on the docket.
I-order ekhishwa laphana ebhalwe laphana kwi-docket ithi dispose and destroy. Angisho kunjalo?
Yebo injalo.
Yes, it is so.
Now, they must go through a process whereby they must be first cleared to see whether there are no other crimes that they are linked to before they are destroyed, correct?
Kukhona ke naleyo ngqubo ke ukuthi andokuba zizolahlwa ke lezi zinto kucheckwe ke ukuthi akukho la ezixhunyaniswa nezinye igameko zobugebengu.
Yebo ngivumelana nawe kunjalo.
I agree with you. Yes, it is indeed so.
And they must go for what is termed an IBIS, an Integrated Ballistic Investigation Systems Comparison, and they are given a specific serial number once they are cleared, correct?
Kunjalo ke ihamba naleyo ke acronym ase ayishilo IBSI yona leyo acronym ayishilo.
Yebo kuyahambisana kodwa ke kunomehluko nje kancane. I-FSL okwenza i-analysis more deeper than i-IPC lo khuluma ngayo.
Now, yes, it is. However, there's a little bit of a difference where the FSL is concerned. The analyses are much deeper than the acronym that you have just
Yes, I know that there's a difference between a 212 statement by ballistics and the IBIS comparison. Now, in terms of, I'm not sure, you are not a lawyer, but in terms of Section 149 of the Firearms Control Act, it says those firearms that are declared forfeited to the state and they must be destroyed, such a process must occur from the date of disposal. The destruction must happen within 6 months. Are you aware of that?
Uyakwazi lokho ke? ukuthi i-destruction kumele yenzeke within the space of 6 months.
6 months.
Emva kokuthi i-instruction ukuthi ku-destroy ikhishwe kumele kwenzeke kuleso space se-6 months.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Uthi ke angiqapheli ke lokho okanye lo mgomo ke angiqapheli.
It does say so, and furthermore, it says the period of disposal of 6 months is suspended by the appeal proceedings in between. So if there are appeals, then the 6 months period will be suspended up until appeal proceedings, but it's neither here nor there, so we'll leave it at that.
Ukuthi ke ngamanye amazwi leyo 6 months into engenza ke ukuthi ingaloku iqhubeka icounter leyo 6 months ukuthi kukhona ke inqubo yoku appeal iyona ke engenza ukuthi kungabhekwi ngqo phezulu kwaleyo okanye kungasetshenzelwa phezulu kwaleyo 6 months uya kodwa ukuthi hayi ayikho la noma lapha yana ke asiyekele.
Ngizwile kodwa.
I heard you, thank you.
Now, this particular firearm that we are talking about here, if I understood your testimony correctly, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, it was taken for etching whereby an attempt was made to recover the serial number, but that failed. Did I understand you to be saying that yesterday?
Ukuthi kwazana ukuthi kutholakala i-serial number kodwa ayangatholakali.
Ngale case yase Cleveland.
Pertaining this Cleveland case, yes.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. My Lord, I think that will be all from my side regarding this witness. As the court pleases.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
Good morning, Mr. Muchali.
Yebo sawona.
Thank you. Let me also say that from the solitude of my conscience, I'm also indebted to the information that you gave yesterday. It was really enlightening.
Siyabonga ke ngalokho ulwazi osilethele lona lenkantolo izolo.
Nami ngibongela.
I'm grateful as well.
Thank you. In your testimony, you emphatically indicated that you would not accept an exhibit that is put in an exhibit bag, the seal of which is tampered with or which is not properly closed.
Izolo usho kanjalo ukuthi wena ngeke uamukele ingxenye yobufakazi kungukuthi ke i-evidence bag yakhona isili yakhona ayivalekanga kahle okanye ibonakala ngazuthi khona umuntu obeloko temperana nayo uthi awubuthathi lobo bufakazi.
Impela kunjalo mangizilanda nje charge office kukhona lobo buxizanyana cha angithathi.
Yes, it is indeed so. If I go and fetch them from the charge office and I find that there is that tampering that had taken place there, I am not going to take that back.
Why wouldn't you do that? What are your fears of?
Yingani ungekukwenze lokho usaba ini?
Ngesipiliyoni sami ke siko lokuthi ngizogcina ngizoza la ngizochaza ukuthi hayi le bag ivuliwe.
Now, based on my experience, I could foresee that I would end up coming into the court to come and explain as to why is this evidence bag not sealed or why is it open.
Ngoba lokho kuzosho ukuthi sekukhona uxhakaxhaka nami sengibenzile khona lapha kulezibhili.
That would mean that there had been some tampering from my side as well that could have contributed to that particular exhibit.
So kumele ilungiswe ngoba noma ukhumbula masingakhumbuzana nje ukuthi ifikela eCSC izofika isilwe eCLC.
We should remember that when it gets to the CSC, it gets to be sealed, or it has to be sealed when it gets to CSC.
Isazohamba ye ballistic ngeke baze bayithathe ballistic mabangathola nabo ukuthi bag is not sealed correctly.
Now that particular bag or evidence bag still needs to go to the ballistics section or office And they also are not going to receive it if they realize that that seal bag has been tampered with.
Yeah, abayithathi njengo
They,
ngibeke kanje.
let me just put it straight. They are not taking it.
So nami ke nje ngingayidingi isondele eduze kwami ingakalungiswa.
Myself as well, I wouldn't want to carry the burden of such an evidence bag that has been tampered with. It must be fixed before it gets to me as well.
Thank you, sir. Now, just to sum up what you have said with regard to the importance of a seal, am I then would be correct if I were to say the purpose of a seal is to ensure that evidence has not been contaminated or altered in transport and or in storage?
Esona sizathu ke injongo yesil ukwenza isiqiniseko ke sokuthi le ngxenye yobufakazi uma ihanjiswa noma istorwa akukho ke ukuthi kutemporary ngayo.
Yebo kunjani
That is correct. It is indeed so.
Thank you, Mr. Mchali. Am I correct, sir, that prior to your elevation to being a commander in the SAP 13 and the level at which you are now, like all other members of the South African Police Services, you started down there taking statements from witnesses, and you also would sometimes give your own affidavits to explain out of your own understanding what had you seen, etc.
Ngabe nawe waqala lapho njengamanye amalunga ke njengoba wena usukhushiliwe ungucommander nje okanye ukule position okuyo namhlanje waqala khona laphana uthatha mhlamba ama statement aqhamuka ke kuzakhamuzo kanye abantu abazile laphana police station kanti ke egcineni nawe uyithole ubhala neaffidavit okuyona yakho ngabe nawe uqale lapho?
Akusenzeka namanje angikakuyeki.
It is still continuing. I haven't stopped doing that, even right now.
If kumele ngibhale statement ngivula docket SABC ngiyalivula.
If I have to open a docket and provide a statement, I do that. I'll do that.
Thank you. Now, very briefly,
Kafuphi nje.
would you explain how would you go about penning your own statements?
Ngokufingqiwe nje ungasho ukuthi mhlambe usitshela ukuthi wena inyathelo oyithathayo ukuze uwenze esakho statement uwenza kanjani ke yani inqubo yakho emelana ke nokuthatha kwakho okanye kwenza kwakho statement uwenze njani?
Hayi akaka umhlekazi akakachaze kahle mhlamba nginike scenario nyana ye case.
Can you please at least explain further or elaborate on that by perhaps even giving me a scenario of the case?
Thank you. As a head of the CSC, somebody brings in an exhibit
Njengesikhulu sase-CSC khona umunye ke uletha i-exhibit la kuwena okanye ingxenye yobufakazi
which is in an evidence bag that is not properly sealed.
kanti ke leyo ngxenye yobufakazi exhibit ingaphakathi kwe-evidence bag engasilwanga kahle
Or the seal thereof has been tampered with.
kanti isili yakhona mhlambe ke yabanjwa wabona nawe ukuthi ike yabanjwa ke isili yakhona.
Now, your seniors, remember in your testimony you said you would even go to an extent of reporting this incident to the other line seniors.
Uyakhumbula ukhulumile lokho ukuthi uzokwazi ukuthi uye nakwabanye ezinye izikhulu ke khona lapho uyo reporter ke into efana nalena.
Okay.
I guess ilithathe ke lolu daba kanje.
All right, let us
Now,
take it in
I'm
this
not
fashion.
finished.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm still trying to help you. And then now, the seniors say to you, can you please give us your own statement, meaning yourself, as to when did this exhibit arrive at your office, who was there, what did you note on it, and all those things?
Kanti ke isikhulu sakho siyasho ke ukuthi ungakwazi yini ukuthi usinikeze esakhe statement mayelana ke nale evidence bag lena ukuthi isili kwenzakaleni ngayo wayithola nini i-evidence bag lena into enjalo.
Yes.
Oh,
Usungaphendula ke manje.
okay. Ake silungise nali iphutha la mhlekazi.
Let's try and correct an error here.
Ngizokhulumela nje amaphoyisa ukuthi esikhathini esiningi mawuya uyobopha umuntu
I'll speak on behalf of the police members. Many a times when you go to arrest a person,
I'll be honest with you.
now I'll be honest with you.
Uthola ukuthi mhlambe i-forensic bag ayikho evenini.
Now you would find that the forensic bag is not inside of the vehicle.
Thank you. And uma umthola umuntu umsesh
And when you find a person and you search that person,
nasi spam.
here's a firearm.
Hayi iqiniso lehle ayikho into ozoyenza uzosithatha lesibhamu uze nomuntu uze police station.
The truth of the matter will remain. You will take the person and as well as the firearm and you proceed to the police station.
Mawufika ke police station uma ufika usuzovula idocket ke manje ufuna ukubopha lo muntu we manje
No,
ngokuthi utholakale nesibhamu esingekho
Now,
emthethweni.
when you get to the police station, you are now going to be opening a docket. You are arresting or incarcerating this person, that this person was found in possession of a firearm unlawfully.
Yes.
Then uzoqala ucompile ke i-statement sakho as a arresting officer.
Now, that is where you will start compiling your own or writing your own arresting statement or statement pertaining the arrest of this person as the arresting officer.
Thank you.
Uthe brief ngithi mhlekazi.
Yeah.
You said brief, isn't it?
Mawusuqeda ke uzothatha kubhale ukuthi ngisemsebenzini isikhathi ukuthi ahamba endaweni eso wasesha umuntu wamthola emkhukhwini la ekhona uthe uma useshe position yakhe wathola isibhamu bese wawusuyamthatha wambuza ilicense ukuthi iphi wathola umuntu yahluleka ukukhulula ilicense ngenaked eye yakho ibonayo yabona ukuthi lesibhamu lesifayiliwe off then ke manje uyamthatha ke ubhala statement njalo then mawusuqedile ke ukubhala statement sakho ke before statement sakho uzosibhala manje uzoya ku relief commander ke manje uyocela i-forensic bag.
Now, you would, for an example, if I were to put the content or the structure of the content, you would write the date, the time, and then where you had gone to, and you found the person, and you were doing the searching. As you were searching this particular person, you then found a firearm, and then you asked the license from this person, and this person could not produce the license of the firearm. And then when you look with your naked eye, you realize or you saw that the serial number of the firearm was filed off, and from there you will have
Then
to go.
usuqedile ke nge-statement sakho but asikapheli kahle.
Now you are done with your statement.
Preliminary yaso.
That is
Abanye
just the
maybe
preliminary
paragraph, maybe ama-paragraph awu-4.
Now that could be more or less about 4 paragraphs.
Then mini paragraph
I'm sorry, Mr.
Let the witness go on, please. You invited that,
Oh, okay, go on.
writing a statement. How is going about it?
Ngizothi mase before ngizovala i-statement sami before ngizofika ko I know and what maybe paragraph yomi yokugcina ilapho esizoxoxa ke manje ngoba funeke ngize kwi-13 bhuku ke manje ngizosifaka lesibhamu la kwi-13.
Now before I could close that particular statement,
Yes.
I know the contents and so. There is SAP 13
Yes.
that I need to consult with now.
Then ke manje sengiyothatha ke isibhamu manje exhibit.
No.
Sengiyayiregister ke kulamabhuku kwi-13.
Now I'm going to take that firearm and now register it against the SAP 13.
Njoba ngichazile na izolo ukuthi i-SAP 13 le namakholoma awu-6.
As I have explained yesterday, that the SAP 13 has got 6 columns.
Then ngizoyibhala ke yokuqala i-sequence number.
I will write the first one would be the sequence number.
Okay, ngicela ukusho kubekunika
Okay,
uzokwazi.
okay.
Be OB bese ngisikeze i-13 number kusho ukuthi izodepend ukuthi le phezulu maku 100 elandelayo kumele ithi 101.
Then it will be the
13
OB and then a 13 number. If the one above is 100, the next one will be 101.
Then ngiyabhala ke ukuthi Cleveland case possession bese ngiza ku 3 ngizobhala ama details esibhamu.
Yeah, now I will come to the second column. It is the Cleveland case, the case number. And then when I get to third column, it will now be the description or the particulars of the firearm itself.
Ukuthi Glock, R5, AK, even a serial number, ngizoyisho serial number.
What type of a firearm that is. If there is a serial number, I will also say what serial number.
If
that
ingeke
is.
serial number ngizomention futhi ukuthi it's been filed off.
If there is no serial number, I will also mention there in that block that it has been filed off.
Then ke now bese ngicela ke sengibhalile ke zonke izinto la bese ngithi u relief commander or sales commander sengicela ungiphe i bag i-forensic bag.
Now I have jotted down in these columns, I will go to the relief commander and I will request from him or the service commander and say that, please give me a bag.
Lapha ku 3.1 yonke ama-item ahamba 111 isibhamu simentionwa sodwa as a 3.1 imagazini yamentionwa yodwa as 3.2 if kunenhlamvu ziyamentionwa zodwa if kunama-cartridge leyo nto leyo exhibit yakho yonke uyayimensiona la.
Now in that column, the third column, 3.1 for an example, you would say that you need to itemize all of these exhibits. A firearm, you itemize it, you say it's a firearm. Bullets, you say bullets. Magazine, you say bullets. And all, the magazine. And all of those, they have to come as exhibits.
And then you get from there bese uthatha ke ibag ke esuzifaka ebagini onke lawo lezo zinto osibhalile lapha zingene
Now,
ku-one
all
bag.
of those things that you have itemized or written down there in that column, you put them into the bag. All of those. into the bag.
I-forensic bag onke ama-forensic bag anama-serial numbers.
Now, as far as the forensic bags are concerned, all of the forensic bags have got the serial numbers.
Lapha ku 3.1 ku 13 lapha mawusupletile ku column 3 ekugcineni then ufuneka usho ke manje ukuthi all the above items are being inserted afakwe la phakathi kule bag number so and so.
Now, on the SAP 13 register, you need to make mention of the fact that all the above mentioned items or all these items have been put inside of the evidence bag with a serial number so and so and so and so.
And then you bese uyayiseal
Then you seal that evidence
and you
bag.
make sure that it's sealed.
And you make sure that it is sealed. When this thing says,
Yes.
And then you from there mawungakhumbuza ukuthi statement number singakapheli.
Now remember that my statement was not yet done. From there, the next step, that communicates
Then
to
my
my
last
statement.
paragraph before le yokuvala
Now,
declare.
the content of the last paragraph before the last one that concludes the statement.
Then lapho sengizosho khona ukuthi ngathi isibhamu lesi ngisitholile ngisimentionile nani ngikufake ku forensic bag number so and so which is sealed ne case number so ne 13 number so and so.
Now, that is where I'm going to mention now and list all the items that I found, all those items that were recorded against another register, and as well as they were put inside of the evidence bag number so and so, and they were sealed, and there is also the SAP 13 number, and as well as the case number that is pertinent to those exhibits.
And then again ndona mangiqeda lapho ke ngizobe sengithatha ke le exhibit bag ke manje nginikeza uCSC relief commander lapha sesiya ku column 4 ngifakala amagama ami ngisho nanokuthi itholakale kanjani lesi.
Now that evidence bag will be given to the relief commander at CSC. That is when I come to column number 4 and have to finish the requirements or comply with the requirements of column number 4 there.
Usho ke ukuthi indlela engisithole ngayo lapha u4.2 ukuthi ngisithole kuphi kanjani.
Now I will then explain where was this or rather under which circumstances was this found and where was it found.
Ngibhale igama uma ine telephone number negama lomunikazi waso or umuntu engisithole kuyena uaccuse lapha nali if uyaziwa.
And also write the name, the telephone number of that particular person, or the names of the lawful owner, or the accused person, if it is indeed so that that person is known.
Then ku 4.4 bese ngiyasayinda ke lapha ukuthi mina engifakele exhibit SASC.
Now in 4.4, or I comply with the requirements of 4.4 and indicate that I'm the one, I sign and indicate that I am the one that had signed there.
And then ke relief commander naye ke uzofaka signature 4.5 or CSC commander acknowledge ukuthi ulungele ke Captain Mjali ngiyayithatha ke manje le exhibit yakho ngiyifaka safe.
The relief commander will also attach the signature acknowledging the receipt of this exhibit, indicating that I am now taking these items and I'm going to safekeep them in the safe.
Okunye nje ngizokucacisa njengoba induna ibuzile mase ngiyavale ukuthi ke
Now I'm about to conclude now.
ayizukuhlala ke la ihlale ize iye safe after 30 minutes immediately mase senze lokhu signature saqeda umsebenzi we-relief commando sisi ukuthi alithathe likepisi ayovula isafe abeke lapha avale isafe.
It is not going to lie there and accumulating dust. Not even 30 minutes will be lying there. The relief commander, after the paperwork has been filled correctly, he will take this particular item and go and lock it inside of the safe immediately.
Statement sami ke sengiqedile ke mina docket seyiregistiwe.
I have already finished my statement there, and now the docket is done.
Sengolindi IO ke mayingidinga ukuthi ngizofakaze court.
Now I will wait for the IO in case he needs me so that I can come and testify in court.
Njalo statement mhlekazi.
That is how the statement is, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Muchali. When you interacted with Mr. Kininda and Mr. Mangena from the 20th of July 2020 to the 27th of July 2020, is it correct that you made a statement wherein you explained how you interacted with them?
Mayelana ke nokuthi ube nokuxhumana okuba khona phakathi kwakho ke no Mangena ke no Kininda kusuka nge-20 zika July 2020 ukufika nge-27 zika July 2020, ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi kwamele ukuthi okwafanele ukuthi wena uwenze i-statement esimayelana ke nokuxhumana kwakho kube khona phakathi kwalabantu ababini?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
I'm going to show you a statement here. That's 163. Page 163. I'm going to show you a statement. Just want you to confirm if that statement was made by you, it was made in your own handwriting, and the signature at the bottom there is yours.
Uqinisekisa ukuthi lesi statement senziwa nguwe sabhalwa nguwe nesignature evelela khona lapha phansi yakho leyo signature.
Yebo kunjalo nje.
It is indeed so, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can take that statement back to my colleague.
Okay.
Now, this court has heard the testimony of Mr. Masondo, who was the investigator of the Cleveland case.
Le nkantolo isobuzile ke ubufakazi obuka Baba Masondo okuyena obephenya lelicala lase Cleveland. Case lase Cleveland here.
He told this court that the type of a firearm that he was investigating was a CZ 9mm.
Utshela inkantolo
A
ukuthi
CZ 75.
Caesar 75.
Yes.
Utshele inkantolo ukuthi leso sibhamu ke esasixhume naleyo cala njengoba bephenya ke kanjalo wathola ukuthi leso sibhamu CZ 75. Ilokho atshela inkantolo.
No, now that's just by way of a background. And on being questioned, he considered that there are so many firearms of this nature that were produced and they just look similar, just like the 9mm parabellum or the Z88 that is used by the police.
Manje ke ukushilo lokho ke uhlobo lwebhamu lolu la khiphuzwa luluningi kakhulu liyafana nje ne-9mm parabellum Z38 kanjalo.
Do you confirm that?
Uyaqinisekisa lokho?
Okwasho uMasondo.
No,
Which was spoken by Masondo.
from your experience,
Ukuya
that
nge-experience yakho.
there are so many CZ75 firearms that have been
Ukuthi
produced.
lama CZ 75 maningi kakhulu akhiqizwe maningi.
Engingaba ngisebenza ngazo izibhamu ziyangena lapha emsebenzini. Yebo maningi impela.
Thank you.
Yes. Since I am working with a firearm there at my place of work, there are indeed a lot of those.
Thank you. And that is also confirmed by the fact that in Exhibit X, X2, Annexure A, if you can go there. Annexure A, the very first firearm that you put in the list of firearms that were destined for destruction, it's a CZ 9mm.
Uyakubona lokho ukuthi naso ke uyabona item 1 ethi CZ in 9mm kwaku ezinye zezibhamu ke or esinye sezibhamu esayifanele ukuthi naso siyo destroy kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Isn't it so?
Then when you go to item number 9, it's also another CZ 9mm.
Masiya ku item number 9 sabona ukuthi na CZ 9mm enye futhi kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Isn't it so?
Thank you. Now, furthermore, in cross-examination, Mr. Masondo also confirmed that the firearm that he was investigating was sent for ballistic science laboratory at the FSL, and at the laboratory they were able to identify its original number through an etching process.
Through
An etching process.
Okay.
Through a process.
Umasonto.
Yes.
Ngophela ke uke wabuzwa imibuzo ke abameli lana uthi lesi sibhamu sahanjiswa sayiswa khona lapha eFSL kanti sithi masifika khona ke ngaleyo ngcuba seyishilo i-etching process kwakwazi ukuthi kutholakale inamba yakhona yaleso sibhamu.
Umasonto njalo.
Is that Masondo that is saying so?
Yes, it's Masondo.
Ngumkhulumele ke Nkosi enkantolo.
Thank you.
If that is the case, I am not going to speak on behalf of Masondo.
And further on, he, under cross-examination, he said the owner of the firearm was traced, and it was discovered that the firearm actually belonged to a security company, Fidelity Security Company.
Uthi mnikazi wesibhamu ke bamthungatha bamthola ke bathola ukuthi lesi sibhamu kahle kahle ke isibhamu se-Fidelity Company.
Oh, it was registered.
Okanye kwaba isibhamu esiregistered ngaphansi kwe-Fidelity Security Company.
Yes.
Ngisho njalo kusho ukuthi uyazi akwenzayo yena.
If that is what he says, it means that he knows what he is doing.
Yes. So, briefly, what I want to bring to your attention is that the investigating officer who was entrusted with the investigation of that firearm that he was investigating in Cleveland case, through the etching process, the numbers were retrieved. The owner or the ownership of the firearm was also identified.
So ke ukuthi lona ke okuyena ke obenegunya lokuthi angaphenya lelicala uye wakwenza lokwathatha isibhamu wasisa kwe-ballistic ngayo leyo process okuthiwa i-etching kwase kuba ke kutholakala ke inombolo yaleso sibhamu ke nomnikazi wesibhamu watholakala.
Hayi cha. Ngiyakuzwa lokukhathi ngikuzwa namhlanje.
Yes, I can hear that, and I'm only hearing it today.
Yes, that is his undisputed evidence. Now, very quickly, let's go to Annexure X2. Let's go to Annexure X2, but before we go there, let me ask you the following.
X2.
Is it correct that when an officer comes to the police station to request for a firearm for purposes of investigation, the custodian, that's now the person in whose possession the firearm is at the police station, who in this instance would be the gentleman that is, or the lady responsible for the SAP 13, he will also, or she will also have to countersign as an acknowledgement that this firearm has been handed out.
ngabe kuyona inqubo ke leyo ukuthi nango phinga icala iIO uzothatha isibhamu khona lapha na SAP 13 lona oqaphe iSAP 13 ngaba ke ubaba noma umama ogade khona lapha uma lona esigned ukuskipha naye ufanele ukuthi asayine uqinisekisa ke okanye ukusho ukuthi sakhishwa yena ekhona ufanele ukuthi asayine lo oqaphe iSAP 13 naye
okwenzekayo lana ke njengamanje
No.
not yet done.
Just before you tell me about okwenzakalayo, is that what is supposed to happen?
Futhi ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ngabe yilokho okufanele ukuthi kwenzeke na abanye amazwe ufuna ukwazi ukuthi yebo noma cha
if isibhamu siyabuya or siyahamba
uthi isibhamu siyakhishwa
siyakhishwa
iphoyisa liyafika lizosithatha lona ke okuyena obheke SAP 13 ngabe naye ufanele ukuthi masiphuma leso sibhamu asayine naye phansi uqinisekisa ke ukuthi saphuma ngaphansi kwehlo lakhe ngamanye amazwi
no ngoba lento yenzeka about dala 2015
No, Mr.
bekungenzeki ukuthi umuntu asayinele isibhamu engilo 713
bengenze na
masiphuma isibhamu awusayineli ngalezi akhathi kodwa kuimplementiwe manje it's a new implementation and sure there is a form unfortunately ayikho there is a form abayimplementile national ukuthi manje this is the form okufuneka isetshenziswe where both of you need to sign now the handing over and the receiver and the handing back and the receiver.
Okay.
now this is happening only now.
Yes.
There is a form that has been implemented.
Yes.
It was issued by the head office.
Yes.
That whenever there's a person that comes to book out the firearm,
Yes.
that form must be filled in. Together, you and the person that is booking out must then sign. Even upon the return of the particular firearm,
Yes.
You and the person that is bringing back the firearm must also sign. But back in the years, that was not happening.
Okay.
It is only happening now.
The form by result is a temporary receipt form.
That form is called temporary receipt form.
You have told this court that on the 20th of July 2017, no, listen to me, Mr. Mjali, listen to me.
Yes.
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 On the 20th of July, when Mr. Mangena came or when the person, you did not even know, actually you knew it was Mr. Mangena, but you did not know that he was forensic, he was a ballistic expert.
Yeah.
When he came to fetch the firearm, it was in your presence.
Uma eza ke ngoba ngaleso sikhathi uma ngena makeza ubungazi ukuthi lo mlisa lona okanye lo muntu lona ke uyi personnel yase forensic or ballistic uzile wazothatha ke lengxenye yobufakazi le exhibit wena ukhona uqobo lwakho
Yebo kunjalo.
it isn't it so yes
In other words, it is you who gave him the exhibit that he came to fetch.
ngabanye amazwi wena ke wamnikeza leyo exhibit ebezile ukuthi azoyithatha
Yebo.
yes sir
And that process of fetching of that exhibit by Mr. Mangena was also noted in the relevant register.
kanti ke leyo nqubo yokuthi lona uma ngena eze azothatha leyo ngxenye yobufakazi yabhaleka phansi nayo kwi register
Yebo.
yes
Mr. Mangena signed
uma ngena wasuyasayina
Yebo kunjalo.
it is indeed so
as an acknowledgement of receipt of that item that he came to take.
ngesiqinisekiso ke sokuthi uyitholile lento abezoyifuna khona lapha yana
Yebo.
that is correct
Did you sign?
when you were signed
No.
no I did not sign
Why?
ingani ungazange wasayina
Ingoba ngizoyibeka nje kanje ukuthi wayingekho isignature yami la mawungabheka lama entry.
I'm not asking.
Why my
Sorry,
signature is not there? If you have a look at the entries here,
Sorry.
Let the witness explain. Now you're stopping him.
Mr. Msia, I'm sorry.
Mr. Nisi, let the witness explain. He wants to explain.
No, but the question is coming from me.
Right, that's how he's answering it. The other day, you gave me some lecture on what a witness is not allowed to choose and choose. Now, this one selects or chooses to explain. Let him do so.
But my lord, the question is, I'm not asking this witness whether or not he signed on the register. There, I'm asking him whether he signed or not. And then he's saying the reason why my signature is not in the registers. That's not my question. My question is, you say you did not sign. And you're saying yes. Now my question is, why did you not sign? I'm not asking you, why is it so that your signature is not appearing on the registers? Do you understand my question?
I heard you clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard you clearly.
Why did you not sign? Forget about the register. I will still come to the register. Why did you not sign?
Because angizange sayine ngoba wayesifaka futhi sikukhona umuntu ozosithatha ahambe naso same time. So sasihlalanga even 5 minutes leso spam. Under my care, everything was done on a table.
Because it was booked in, and immediately, not even 5 minutes had passed after it was booked back. Then it was taken, and all the transaction happened on my table. So it didn't take more than 5 minutes under my watch.
Maybe you did not understand my question, Mr. Mchali. Let me take it very slow. On the 20th of July 2020, when Mangena or Mr. Mangena came to fetch the firearm.
Day 20 is July 2020. Umangena Mageza. Ezothatha ispam, ezobhuka out ispam.
Did Mr. Mangena sign as an indication of the fact that I am now receiving this firearm, I'm taking it away?
Babu Mangena wasayina uqinisekisa ukuthi ngiyasithatha ke lesi spam ngihamba ngaso. Ngabe kunjalo?
Eba kunjalo.
It is so, yes.
Thank you. Did you sign?
No.
Tika azangi sign.
Why did you not sign?
Awusayinanga yini?
We didn't sign. We assign sizibhale nje ukuthi item so and so is booked out to Pretoria by so and so, and lo muntu uyasayina ngoba uye manje in charge for that exhibit.
Normally we don't sign. We will only mention that item such and such or item so and so was taken by such and such a person, maybe booking it out, going to Pretoria. We don't, and that person is the one that signs. We don't sign.
Additionally, he lettered this temporary receipt which has been implemented now.
That is the reason why the National Office had introduced this temporary receipt form, which is being implemented now.
Because
because they were trying to curb these errors that were taking place in the SAP 13.
So what you're saying is, when the firearm, as per your explanation, is booked out, the person who is booking out the firearm was not expected to sign. It was only the person who was receiving the firearm was expected to sign.
Okushoyo yilokho ke ukuthi lona oskiphayo isibhamu bengalindelekile kuyena ukuthi makasayina lona ke ostatayo uyena ke bekulindelekile kuyena ukuthi makasayine njengoba istarter ke lesi sibhamu usho njalo bekusetshenzwa kanjani.
Hayi ake siyilungise.
Let's correct this here.
Silungise ngosenkantolo.
Your lordship,
Mina asikho isidingo sokubhuka out isibhamu ngisise FSL.
now
As a
as
SAP 13.
Now, as an SAP 13 personnel, there is no need for me to can book out the firearm and take it to FSL or ballistic.
A responsible IO of
Okuyena
that
ke
case uyokumele azosibhuka out from a storeroom. Yena usibhuka out usesaphi either ballistic or further investigation.
now the responsible IO is the very person that will have to come and book it out, be it that he is taking it to ballistics or for further investigations. He is the same person that has to book it
So
out.
uyokumele asayinele ngoba sizoba kwi-position yakhe.
He is the very person that has to sign for it because it will remain in his possession.
So that masilahleka sibuzwe kuyena.
So that if it gets missing or it gets lost, he should be the person that is going to be asked about it.
Yiko ke mina kungamele ngisayine ukuthi book out ngoba ngathi nje book out mina usho ukuthi sikwi position yami.
Now that is the reason why I shouldn't sign the booking out, because that would then entail it is now in my possession if I sign against the book out of that particular item.
Thank you.
But you have all.
Were you not even required to make a note in the register that such a firearm has been booked out or it was taken by, for instance, in this case, Mr. Mangena, for ballistic analysis?
Ubengalindela ukuthi wena ukwenza lokho ukuthi ingxenye enjena ke yobufakazi okanye exhibit yakhishwa okanye yabhukwa out nguMangena ukuze ayokwenza aqhubeke ayosphenya lesi sibhamu. No,
Bekungenzeki kanjalo esikhathini esidlule.
no, but previously that is not how the procedure was.
Thank you. Now, back to the statement that you made. If I were just to request that a copy of the statement be
I guess we will also lesi statement lesi osenzile.
Thank you. You had earlier on indicated that it's a statement and it's a signature and everything. I don't expect a policeman who makes his own statements to come and rebuke it and disown it. You understand? That will be very...
Angikulindele ke lokho ukuthi iphoyisa elizokwenza istatement esaso emva kwalokho ke ezila enkantolo abese ke uzokhuza ke okuqukethwe yilesi statement okanye ukusiphika leso statement.
Yes, to say, no, that's not me who said that.
Ukusho ke ukuthi cha akusiyimini owasho lokho.
Thank you, Mr. Mchali.
Yebo.
My Lord, with the permission of the court, I'm going to request that at the end of it all, that this be handed in an exhibit. My colleagues will assist me as to what exhibit should this be, but briefly, this is what you state, Mr. Mchali, in the statement.
Yes.
Lokho kushoyo ke kulesi statement sakho ngizocela ke ukuthi le ngxenye ke yobufakazi ingene okanye lesi statement singene njengengxenye yobufakazi la enkantolo.
I think you were given a copy, probably the photocopying machine had a problem, but down there it stated the 5th of August 2020. That is as I stretch my eyes.
Yes.
Yes.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Kubhalwe 5 is August 2020 khona phansi kulelo khazi.
Now you are saying there, I'm going to read what you wrote. I'm an adult.
Ngumuntu osekhulile ke eminyakeni.
I'm an adult male employed in the South African Police Service as a warrant officer.
Ngumuntu wesilisa ke osebenzela isiphoyisa njengo warrant officer.
Stationed at Cleveland, South African Police Services.
Kanti ke ngisebenzela khona lapha eCleveland South African Police Services.
attached to
as
this
a-
pole and perform duties as an exhibit commander with service number and a telephone number that is stated in the statement.
Umsebenzi engiwenzayo ke omayelana ke noku gcina kwema exhibits
Exhibit
nje-
commander.
njengo exhibit commander one number leyana ke ese ishiwo khona lapha.
Now, in paragraph 2 thereof, you state that on Monday, the 27th of July, 2020, at about 14:45,
Uyasho ke khona lapha ku paragraph number 2 ukuthi ngomsombuluko nge-27 zika July 2020 ngabo 2:45 emini bebata.
I was on duty at my office.
Kanti bengisemsebenzini khona lapha e-office lami.
I was approached by Colonel Gininda from National Head Office Cold Case Unit.
Kwase kuza kimina ke uKennel Gininda owayeqhamuka khona lapha yana e-National Head Office Cold Case Unit.
Colonel Gininda asked me to book out exhibit SAP 13/86/2015 on Vosloorus case 63610 of 2014.
uKennel Gininda ke wasuyangicela ukuthi mangimbukele out i-exhibit SAP 13/86/2015 yase Vosloorus case number 636/10/2014.
The items were sealed in a forensic bag number PA 400-440-4332, which was containing a firearm and an empty magazine.
Kanti ke le ingxenye lezi ke zazifakwe ngaphakathi o leyo nto yayifakwe ngaphakathi kwesil ivaliwe ethi ngisho kanjalo ke iyayivaliwe ngaphakathi kwe okanye isiliwe ngaphakathi kwe forensic bag number PA 400-440-4332 kanti ngaphakathi kwakhona ke isibhamu no magazine owawungenazo inhlamvu.
I am confirming that the said exhibits were not tampered with while they were under my care.
Ngiyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi le ngxenye ke zobufakazi okanye lama exhibit bewangazange abanje okanye abe tempered ngenkathi ke asaqashwe yimi.
Mr. Gininda was also provided with copies of SAP 13/86/2015 from the original SAP 13 registrar, which is kept in my office book, which is kept in my office. That is book number 3/2 in brackets 2014/2017, page 21.
Kanti uKennel Gininda wase unikwa ke amakhophi we SAP 13/86 ye 2015 uqhamuka kwi original yayo i SAP 13 lena ke kanti I register yakhona okungukuthi igcina khona lapha e-office lami kanti I book 03/02 ngaphakathi kuma brackets ke wasubhala 2014 we are 2017 but page 21.
Now you conclude the statement by saying, I know and understand the content of this declaration. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath, and you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience, and then you went to sign it and you put in your force number and the date on which you made the statement.
Kanti ke wase uyaqhubeka ngaleyo paragraph ukuthi ngiyazi futhi ngiyazwisisa ke okuqukethwe lesi simemezelo kanti anginayo ke inkinga ukuthi ngathatha isifungo futhi ke ngizaloko ngikhumbula ukuthi isifungo sinamandla olawulo phezulu kwenembeza wami emva kwalokho ke wase ubhala khona lapha ufaka i-force number yakho wasayina wafaka ne-date khona lapha.
Do you understand your statement?
Uyazwisisa ke?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yeah, yes, it is indeed so.
Thank you. Do you confirm that also in your statement, which is a document that you had penned to try and explain what could have happened as you dealt with this firearm, you do not mention that on the 20th of July 2020, Mr. Mangena came in your presence to come and fetch the firearm in question for ballistic analysis?
Statement sakho khona ke okungaveleli kulesi statement sakho ukho konke okuqukethwe istatement akuvelele ukuthi uMangena weza nge-20 zika July 2020 ukuthi makaze azobhuka out lesi spam ukwenza azothatha lesi spam. Uyakubona lokho?
Ngiyabona lokho.
Yes, I can see that.
Thank you.
Yes?
Kunombuzo lapho.
There is that a question or?
No, I'm only bringing it to your attention.
Oh, should ngiyaqaphelisa nje kuphela. Understood.
Thank you. And you are saying in your evidence in chief very emphatically again that exhibits which are under your custody, they don't get to be tampered with.
Usho kanjalo ke lobufakazi bokuqala uma umbuso ubuza imibuzo kanti usho ukuthi sekubuza imibuzo ukuthi yabona ingxenye zobufakazi ezicatshwe nguwe hayi angeke ubone uyithole zingaqondile okanye ziye zabanjwa.
Is that not so?
Kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
And just to affirm that, you are saying it is because the keys to the strong room where the exhibit are kept by you.
Usho lokho ke uqhubeka uqinisekise ukuthi lokho ngeke kuze kwenzeke ngenxa yokuthi phela ke ikey zalapha yana kwi strong room zihlala kuwe.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
Thank you. I won't be long.
Ngeke ngibe mudeke.
Mr. Mangena, who the state will still call to come testify, has also made a statement explaining how he got possession of the firearm or the exhibit, which we know is a firearm, of course.
Mangena okunguthi umbuso uzokwazi ukuthi umbize ukuthi makeze ezothula ubufakazi la enkantolo naye usenzile sakhe statement sokusho ukuthi uthathe iziphi inyathelo wenze kanjani ukuthi egcineni ke athole lezi ngcenye zobufakazi.
And this is what he's going to say.
Lokho azokhuluma ke ilokho kulandelayo.
I'm going to read from an affidavit that he penned on the 12th of August 2020.
Ngizofunda kule affidavit ayenzile nge-12 zika August 2020.
If I'm not mistaken, it's just 5 days after you had penned yours.
Uma ngingaphosisi ke mhlambe insuku ezu5 emva kokuthi wena ke uwenze esakho i-statement.
Now, very quickly, this is why we will come and tell this court amongst others.
Yes?
I'm saying very quickly, this is what Mr. Mangena will come and tell this court amongst others.
Manje ke ngokusheshsha ke yilokho ke uBamangena azokhuluma kuzo zonke izinto ayikhulumile kulesi statement sakhe.
He says, or he will come and say, on Monday,
uzosho ke lana athi ke ngomsombuluko
the 20th of July 2020,
nge-20 zika July 2020
in the performance of his duties,
uthi ke elokenza umsebenzi wakhe
he booked out an exhibit, a firearm and ammunition at Cleveland SAPS as per Cleveland case number 9602
usho njalo uthi ke ngase ngikhipha sorry 02
2015.
okay uthi ke ngase ngiyobhuka out i-exhibit okanye kuyisibhamu nenhlamvu zakhona khona laphana eCleveland SAPS ukuya ngale Cleveland case number 96/02/2015
from SAP 1386 of 2015.
okuphuma kuyo iSAP 1386 ya 2015.
The said exhibits, now that is what Mr. Mangena will come tell this court. The said exhibits were received in an open evidence bag with number PA 400 4000-810885.
Ilokho akushoyo ke uthi lama exhibit okunywa ngawo khona lapha na ke atholakala ngaphakathi kwe evidence bag evuliwe iyena leyo number lo ke iPA 4000-810885
and were booked out for further examination purposes as per Vosloorus case 636/10 of 2014.
kanti ke zabhukwa out ukuya ke ngophenyo oluchubekayo kule ya case yase Vosloorus case number 636/10/2014.
Thank you, sir.
Sabon.
Now, in essence, Mr. Mangena would come tell this court that indeed on the 20th, he went to Cleveland Police Station and booked out these exhibits, but when he booked them out, these exhibits were contained in an open evidence bag.
Uzoza ke aqinisekise lo Mangena ukuthi uyile khona lapha eCleveland Police Station kanti uthi makafika khona ke nge-20 zika July 2020 ayo booker out ingxenye zobufakazi uthe ke makafika khona lezo ingxenye zobufakazi zazingaphakathi kwe evidence bag eyayingavaliwe.
And that is in short what he will come and tell this court amongst others. Is it correct, sir, that in your statement that we had dealt with earlier on, you do not mention that Mr. Mangena came on the 20th of July 2020 to come and book out these items that he says, to put them out?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi estatement sakho awuzange ukusho lokho ukuthi nge-20 zika July 2020 ubaba Mangena weza ezokhipha ke okanye ezobhuka akhiphe isibhamu khona lapha yana SAP 13 awukushongo lokho.
Statement sami lesi ndona.
Are you referring to that statement? Yeah, no, I didn't say it. Yes, indeed, I didn't say that.
Is it further correct, sir, that on the very same statement, you do not mention that the bag that contained the exhibits that Mr. Mangena came to fetch on the 20th of July 2020 was not sealed?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi na statement sakho futhi okwesibini ukuthi awuzange usho ukuthi le exhibit bag lena eyayifake ingxenye zobufakazi uMangena bezoyilanda ibingavaliwe okanye ibingasilwanga awukushongo lokho kwi statement sakho.
Ayangishongo phela.
Indeed so, I didn't say it.
Thank you. And is it correct that in your evidence, I'm sorry, just before we get there, is it also correct that as you have listened to what I put to you as what would Mr. Mangena would come and say, that Mr. Mangena does not mention the fact that he received these exhibits on the 20th of July 2020 from warrant officer, as you were then, Mchali?
Yes,
uyaqinisekisa ukuthi akakusho lokho ukuthi lezi zinto wayithola kuwe warrant officer Mtshali ngaleso sikhathi akusho ku warrant officer Mtshali. Yes, I agree. He doesn't mention that.
Hayi akasho.
He didn't say it.
Thank you, sir. I said to you, I won't be long.
Ngithe kuwe angizoba mude.
Do you remember at the inception of our engagement, that is now me and you, in cross-examination, you said the reason why you were so emphatical and you were so strict about the fact that exhibits that are brought to your attention should always be contained in sealed exhibit bags, not so?
Uyakhumbula ke waqinisekisa nje ubulumise nje amazinyo wakho kanjalo ukuthi hayi ama exhibit alethwa la kuwena afanele ukuthi abe sewasiliwe alethwe kuwe asiliwe.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
Is it further correct that in that initial engagement, you agreed to the fact that the purpose of a seal or of a sealed bag is to ensure that evidence is not being contaminated or altered in transportation and or storage?
Wase uyaqinisekisa futhi ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ama exhibit alethwa ngebheki evaleke ngci uqinisekisa ke ukuthi akhuselekile ukuthi mhlambe mawahanjiswa nanoma abekwa njalo ukuthi avikelekile ngaleyo ndlela.
Kunjalo phela.
It is indeed so, yes.
Thank you. Let me bring a very light moment. Now, is it then not so that on the basis of these immediate factual metrics, there exists a likelihood that the firearm that Mr. Mangena received on the 20th of July 2020 could not have been or might not have been the original firearm that was brought to Cleveland Police Station by Mr. Masondo? If you have got an answer to this, you can say, I'm Nisim, I don't want to commit myself. Or you can just answer if you want.
No comment.
Yes.
No comment.
Uthi cha ngeke ngiyiphendule leyo nto leyo ukuthi lesi sibhamu esalethwa kunokwenzeka ukuthi akusisona esalethwa phambilini. Futhi ke nge-20 zika July 2020 kunokwenzeka ke uMangena Mageza ezothatha isibhamu bekungesona ke isibhamu lesokuqala uthi cha angifuni ukuphawula ke khona lapho.
Yes. On the 27th of July 2020, you did your best that you could do under the circumstances when they brought back this firearm from Forensic Science Laboratory. However, nobody would know that it was the original firearm that was put in by Mr. Masondo. Not so. We don't have a comment as well.
No comment.
You know the mannerism here. There is no comment.
Yes.
Usho njalo ke uthi udabu yalazi angeke ngize ngiphawule khona lapho ukuthi lesi sibhamu nge-27 zika July 2020 masilethwa siqhamuka khona lapha yana FSL kunokwenzeka ke ukuthi bengabe kulethwe isibhamu okungesona uthi hayi lapho ke angiphawuli.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say something?
No. Thank you, sir. From me to you, the very best we can. Thank you, my Lord. I no longer have any question to this witness.
Sorry, Mr. Khumalo.
Thank you, my daughter. I have no cross-examinations with this witness. Thank you.
Cross-exam, Mr. Mhlolo.
Captain. Yes. Could you just assist me where I recorded your information wrong, okay?
Imininingwane yakho ngiyibhale kambi ngendlela engeyona uzomqondisa. Understood? Yeah, understood.
Okay. As a police officer, as a captain, I think that's the senior position in the SAPS. What measures, what do you do to ensure that there is no tampering in the exhibits when the exhibits are being handled by members of the SAPS?
Nje ngesikhulu khona lapha ngizothatha ukuthi njengokapteni uyisikhulu khona lapha esiphoyiseni. Kanti ke eziphi inyathelo oyithathayo ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi le ingxenye zokufakaza ama exhibits akhona lapha yana okusetshenzwa ngawo khona lapha yana station njengoba egcinwe khona lapha na station akutemparwa ngawo.
Okokuqala nje
Firstly,
yiko lo kusho ukuthi yiko kwaba khona ukuthi ku manufacture ama forensic bag.
Okay.
it is the reason why, or there was a necessity that there should be forensic bags that are manufactured.
Okay.
Leo forensic bag, once you remove wasusa leli paper eli orange, you seal it. Angeke uzuyikhaqe nangesandla.
Now, once you have removed the
It's a sealant.
It's a sealant.
Plastic.
It's a sealant. The color you said it's
Plastic,
yellow.
yeah, yellow.
The yellow sealant plastic, once it is removed from the seal, it is not easy. It is not, and that bag has to be sealed. It is not easy for you to try and separate or try to open it or unzip it with your own hands.
Okay.
Okunye ke nje kuba ukuthi ama member funeka ahlale nje ekhunjulwa njalo ukuthi ngokubaleka kwe-evidence okumele iye court.
Now the member should, that is the next thing. The member should always be reminded of the evidence that needs to be sent to the courts.
That ukuthi akumele nje ize ibe tempered with. So
That it shouldn't be tampered with.
Okay.
Ukuthi akufanelanga ke ukuthi lezo ingxenye zofakazi ezizoya enkantolo lokuyibanjwa zama ukuvulwa into enjalo.
Okay. In this exhibit that we have testified about, has that procedure been followed?
Kule exhibit lena ke okungukuthi uzele yona lana enkantolo ngabe leyo ngqubo lezo inyathelo zathathwa yini?
zathathwa kodwa ke inkinga ukuthi manje ngoba sekubekiwe la ukuthi khona izinto ezingahambi indawonye sesingathi hayi igejekile kancane.
Okay.
Well, yes, that procedure was actually taken, but it was pointed out that there are certain things that are not corroborative. Then
what
we would
is
say
ukugejeka?
that
Let's
they've
Ukugejeka, let's get the explanation, the interpretation of the word ukugejeka. Yes.
I guess I'm good. There are things that did not take place,
That were
or
not-
the discrepancies.
There are procedures that were not followed, Mr. Mchali, am I correct?
Kunjalo ke kukhona ama procedure angazange alandelwe.
Yebo ngokuphambi kwami ngibona kanjalo.
Yes, what is before me, that's how I view it as well.
Okay. Well, this exhibit was taken to the ballistic.
Ganti ke lama exhibits athathwa aswa khona laphayana ballistic.
At the first time. First time,
Okokuqala.
it was taken to the ballistic and it was sealed as per your evidence.
Zathathwa zaiswa ku ballistic section ganti ke zasilwa ukuya ngobufakazi bakho.
Okay. Cela ngiyazi ukuthi akumele ngibuze kodwa ngifuna ukuba neclarity. Sikhuluma nge-10 zika February 2015 uMasondo noma sikhuluma manje ngoKennel Mangena.
Now, I know that I need not ask questions in this honorable court. Are we now, I'm seeking clarity. Are we now referring to the 10th of February 2015, or are we with Masondo, or are we now referring to the one that has to do,
2020.
the 2020 that has to do with Mangena?
Mangena Kennel is for the second time.
Yes.
Kanti Mangena okwesibini.
I'm asking at the beginning.
Ngibuza laphayana ekuqaleni.
At the beginning, when this exhibit went to the ballistic,
Okokuqala nje uma lama exhibits ayale kwi ballistic.
yes, it was sealed. Am I correct?
Ibisiliwe ke leyo evidence back.
Yes, ngokubhaliwe la phansi yayisiliwe.
Yes, based on what is written down here, it was sealed.
And you testified about that information regarding the sealing of the bag.
Yes.
wabuletha ke ubufakazi obumayelana ke nokuvalwa okanye ukusilwa kwaleso sikhwama. Yes.
And you even said at the ballistic, if the exhibit bag is opened, they don't accept it.
Wakusho lokho.
Did I hear you
ukuthi
correct?
Laphayana ku ballistic uma ngabe le bag ivuliwe angeke baze bayithathe leyo bag.
Kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
But the one that was taken by Mangena, opened, it was received by the
Kanti le
ballistic.
yathathwa uMangena bayamkela ke yona ivuliwe.
Angazi kwamangena funeka azochaza yena ukuthi bayithathe kanjani.
I don't know on that point. Mangena should come and explain as to how did they take it? How did they receive it?
And it is your evidence now after these corrections of your statement that you did not include in your statement that this exhibit was booked out by Mangena unsealed because it was open.
Kanti ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi leyo ngcenye ke yobufakazi ongayifakanga ku statement ukuthi le evidence lena ke iyathathwa uMangena ivuliwe ingasilwanga.
Ke silungise nali phutha.
Let us just correct some mistake here.
Statement isenziwe ngezi 5 of August.
The statement was done on the 5th of August.
And senziwa ngoba kufuneka i-change statement mina ngilibuzwa uBrigadier Genendi.
Now it was done because it was needful of me that I should provide the chain statement which was needed by Brigadier Geninda.
So umangena kule statement sami akekho kusona, that's why ngazange ngumthinti.
Now, on this statement of mine, there is no Mangena there. That is why I did not even make mention of Mangena there.
Okay.
Mina ngamention nje ukuthi masisithathwa lesibhamu mawungabheka la ukuthi ama serial number sinama serial number ayi2 are different.
Now I
mina
can,
ngikhulume nge serial number ayi1 yeluphuza.
now I can also make mention of the fact that when the firearm was taken, we need to pay attention to the fact that there's 2 seal numbers here, and I only made mention of one seal number here or seal bag number.
Okay, Colonel.
When the brigadier booked it out.
Whether you made that statement or whether you did not make them, whether you entered the exhibit books as we have been entering, there is nowhere you mention that Mangena took out the exhibits in an exhibit bag that was open. Am I
Akukho la
correct?
uyishoyo ke leyo nto okanye lolo daba ukuthi uMangena wazothatha ke i-exhibit ithwelwe i-exhibit bag evuliwe akuveleli kwi-statement.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed
Yes,
so. It
that's what
doesn't
I'm-
appear in the statement.
That's where I'm referring to. Mangena was able to take out an exhibit from you, Colonel. Am I correct?
Kunjalo ukuthi uMangena wakwazi ukuthi athathe le exhibit kuwe. I-exhibit bag kuwena. Yes.
In his statement, he mentions that the exhibit was in an open book.
Every
Sorry, my
statement-
lord, in an open bag.
Forensic bag.
Do you
Usho njalo.
agree with that it was
Usho-
in an open bag?
Usho njalo ke yena kwi-statement sakhe ukuthi le exhibit ibi makayithola uyithole ingaphakathi kwe-exhibit bag evuliwe uyakuvuma lokho.
Hayi ngivumi lokho mina ngayizala.
Okay.
No, I
Ngitshela ukuthi why ayalanga kwasekuqaleni sibhale ngibhale statement ukuthi why was it open?
I disagree. I do not.
Statement there and there.
I do not concur with that. He himself should come and explain to the court as to how did it come about that he received a forensic bag that was not sealed. He should come and say that.
Okay.
And perhaps even provide the statement pertaining that.
In your evidence, it was in a sealed bag.
In my evidence, it was the first one when Mangena answer to Mangena eithatha.
Yes, when Mangena
Yes,
took
at the time that Mangena took it,
Yes, it was sealed.
shonjalo ukuthi ibe isiliwe.
Where is it that
Ibisiliwe.
you recorded that Mangena booked out the exhibit in a sealed exhibit bag as per exhibit so and so number?
Kukuphi la
When
ubhale
Mangena
khona?
is taking it out.
Because asikho statement angeke ngiargue ngalokho ngoba
won't-
into engayibeka la etafuleni ibonakala.
Because there isn't any statement, there isn't any tangible thing that I can put on the table pertaining that. Therefore, I cannot argue
When-
on that particular point.
When the firearm comes back from the ballistic,
Masibuya ke ukuqhamuka ku-ballistic.
in what condition does it come? Does it come in a sealed exhibit bag or how does it come?
Uma sibuya-
Regarding
sibuya-
the sealing of,
Sesikhuluma ngokusila ke mase sibuya ku
Of the
kunjani
exhibit.
sibuya sisiliwe ibheke khona isiliwe noma sibuya kunjani.
awuthi ke ngicacise ke futhi lana
Let me also further explain on this one.
Ngiqala nje
Explain
ekuqaleni.
here. I'll start it from the beginning.
isibhamu masisuka eCSC sisiliwe size e-storeroom sisiliwe
When the firearm leaves the CSC, it leaves the CSC sealed, it gets to the storeroom still sealed.
okay.
uma sibhukwa i-IO to ballistic for analysis sihamba silile njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ngeke basithathe sivuliwe
Now, even when it is booked out by the IO to ballistic,
But they took
it
the one that
will,
was,
for analysis, it will then go back, it will go to ballistic still sealed.
and masifika sisilile ballistic yibo manje angithi fune basisebenze angeke basisebenze seplastikini
Now, when it gets to the ballistic and it has to be worked upon, it can be worked on while it is still in the evidence bag that is sealed.
so bazoyivula ibheke
Then they are going to open the bag, and there's a demonstration.
and
with the scissors.
mabeqeda ukuyivula ibheke basisebenze kuthathe what leso sikhathi abazosithatha
Now, after they have opened the bag, they will take whatever time they will take on that while working on that exhibit.
and now masebesiqedile sebethi sesicompletile yonke i-analysis yalesibhamu bazosifaka to a new forensic bag
back.
Now, once they say that they are done now doing their investigations or their analysis on the firearm, they will take that firearm and put it into a new forensic bag.
and then that's a big bazoyisila futhi
That forensic bag is going to be sealed again.
makukhona umuntu ohamba olanda leza sibhamu le siziza zisiliwe I vouch my head la zizibhamu zisiliwe zonke from ballistic
Now, I will vouch my head on this one. If there's any person that will go to the forensic to go and fetch those exhibits, they will come to us sealed.
and sizosireciva
And then we will receive that firearm,
sisibhale book back
and then we will write down the book back,
the firearm from FSL
the firearm from FSL.
And then
Sesiyasi samgela isibhamu esichamuka khona laphayana ku FSL, Forensic Science
sisil
Laboratory.
sinjalo bese sisibeka esafini
While still sealed like that, and then we're going to put it in the safe.
Okay.
so ke impela ngiba nenkinga ukuthi sithema sesiphuma kwesibili besivuliwe eneke nje sengibekela nje enkantolo ngangasilona na iphoyisa ke ngabo 2015 ngangisayekile kancane ngisaphumula
And now the fact that when it was now booked out for the second time, it was now opened, it really confuses me.
not the second time
Nini?
when it comes back the first time
The first.
Oh, sorry. When it came back the first time, after it was booked out, it was now opened. That confuses me. There isn't much that I can say about that. And further, let me concede to this honorable court. During those years, 2015, I was not even working during that time.
Okay, can through your assistance, Colonel, and in your registers there, when it came back, when did it came back? What was the sealback number that exhibit came with? If we do have
Mase
that
sesibuya-ke
information.
ukuya ngengxenye yobufakazi okanye kulama register onawo, i-sealback number ibethini-ke.
eke ngoze enkantolo ke ngichaze ke futhi la ukuthi isibhamu sihamba ne-sealback ibuye seyikhathiwe seyibuya with a new sealback
Yes.
Let me explain that. It goes with a seal bag. When it comes back,
With a new seal
it
bag.
comes with a new, because it gets cut. The first one gets cut,
Yes.
open, and then then when it comes back, it comes with a new one.
iqiniso lihle ke nje silibeka obala ukuthi mase sibuya with a new sealback akukho lapho esirekhoda khona silibeke nje lapho nje
Truth is good to be told. Upon its return, there isn't anywhere that we're writing that seal bag number of the new.
sisho nje ukuthi items
new bag.
sibhala nje ukuthi item so and so booked back from FSL
That is what we're going to generalize, that item so and so has been booked back from FSM.
masingaphenyi incwadi zami lezi ama-original phela ngeke uyithole i-entry lezi item so and so book back nge-serial number so
Even if we can produce the documents that I am having here, or my documents here, we will not find a note that says item so and so came back with a new seal back number so and so. That you will not find. So-
Okay. So in other words, Colonel, there is no evidence before this court or from your testimony proving that this exhibit, particular one, came back in a sealed exhibit bag with the sealed bag number of that particular bag. There is no
Ngamanye
evidence. There is no
Akukho
record of that
obufakazi.
information.
Akukho okulotshwe phansi okumayelana ukuthi uma le ngxenye ufakazi ibuya ngesilbag entsha futhi ke isiliwe leyo ngxenye okanye isilbag yakhona ivaliwe nokuthi inamba lo yakhona yiyo.
Njoba ngisho ke nje kansela ukuthi mina njoba ngiqala ukusebenza lapha 2019 amabheg abuya nama seal bag. That's why mina sami statement sine new seal bag number.
As I've already indicated, I started working there in 2019, that when the exhibit come back, they come back with a new seal,
With a new forensic bag.
new forensic
So
bag.
obviously it's a new baneni seal number iba yicho.
And even the seal number becomes the new seal number.
That's why
And in
mina
my statement,
ngikhuluma ngale bag engayihambisa nginikeza uGenindi which was sealed.
that is why in my statement I make mention of the bag that I gave to Gininda, which was sealed.
Okay, Colonel, don't be all over.
Ungagcwali yonke indawo ke Kelly.
I'm just asking one question at a time.
Ngibuza nje umbuzo owodwa nje.
Here, I need confirmation from you that from your evidence, there is no proof, there is no record in which this exhibit back came with regarding the seal back number of that exhibit. I just want that
Ayikho.
clarity.
Ayekho.
Yes, there isn't. There is no proof, yes.
Okay. How long did you keep that exhibit from the ballistic until the time when it was taken by Mangena?
Why begage isikhathi esingakanani leyo?
How long was it kept in a
exhibit?
storeroom? By you, I mean the storeroom.
Sengisho ukuthi i-storeroom
Sorry, ma'am.
kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi ibuye yazophindwa izothathwa ngumangena.
Okusho ukuthi masikufuneka sirefere la encwadini.
Now
Ngoba
we
ngithi
have-
bengekho kodwa sirefere encwadini ukuthi yahamba nge10 ibhukwa uMasondo ngoFebruary.
Now we'll have to refer to the book because
Okay,
I have
10
already
10 of which
indicated that I
month?
was
10 of February 2015.
So it was actually booked out by Masondo on the 10th. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, by Angisho to Masondo.
Yes.
It was booked out by Masondo on the 10th of February 2015.
Yes.
Then if you open the next page,
Yes.
uDlabini wayibuyisa on the 24th of February 2015.
If you open the next page, it was brought back by Dlamini on the 24th of February 2015.
So yahlala ke 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019 up until ngo2020, so ihlale 5 years before uKolonel Mangena azoyilanda.
Now it remained in the store for about 5 years. That is counting from 2015 up to 2020 before Colonel Mangena could come and book it out.
And we have no evidence to say this exhibit, when it was stored for 5 years, it was contained in a seal bag
Kanti-ke
for the
abukho
duration of 5 years. We don't have that evidence.
Abukho
Am I correct?
obusho ukuthi ngenkathi isahleli lapho ibekwe kwi-store 5 years yonke ibiloko isilekile abukho ubufakazi obunjalo.
No comment uba bengekho ngaleso sikhathi.
I cannot comment because I wasn't there during that time.
Yeah, I know you were not there, Colonel, but I'm trying to understand your evidence.
Ngiyazi ukuthi ubungekho lapho kodwa ke ngizama ukuqondisisa ke ubufakazi bakho.
To say when all the exhibits are kept in the storeroom, they will either be tagged or also put in an exhibit bag so that they can be easily be identifiable.
Ukuthi
That was your evidence.
Bonke ubufakazi okanye ingxenye zobufakazi ezise storeroom mhlambe ke ziyathekwa okanye zifakwa kwi-bag ukuya ngobufakazi.
Yebo kunjani?
It is indeed so, yes.
So from your evidence and from what has transpired in these records, it shows that there is no evidence that for the duration of 5 years, this exhibit was kept in a sealed exhibit bag.
Abukho ke ubufakazi obuvelelayo kulama phepha owaphethe okanye lama register awaphethe ukuthi le ngxenye yobufakazi yayiloko isiliwe kahle for leminyaka e5 abuveleli nje lobo bufakazi obunjalo.
Hayi ngavumelana naye kanjalo.
Yes, in that way I will agree with you.
Okay, thank you. And then, Colonel, were you an exhibit clerk? I'm used to that term. Were you an exhibit clerk?
Exhibit clerk.
Bayibiza kanjalo.
That's how they call it, yes.
Yeah, that was your title at that particular time.
Yes. That is correct,
Okay.
yes. Uthi bengiyilo konjani exhibit clerk ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes, and then as an exhibit clerk, you were in custody and you were controlling the exhibits. Am I correct? At the station.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke bekuwena ke obeqaphela ama exhibit futhi bekuwena ubulawula ke lama exhibits lawo.
Yebo.
Yes.
So if a member comes in requesting the exhibit, will you ask him, will you verify if he is an investigating officer of that case? If not, will you verify the capacity in which he is requesting or is booking out that particular
Uma
exhibit?
ilunga liza khona lapha uyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi ngabe uyilunga nje eliphenya lelicala okanye uma kungelona ilunga eliphenya icala ngabe ufuna leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ngaphansi kweziphi izathu ubuqinisekisa ke lokho.
Hayi cha.
No.
Okay,
I wouldn't verify.
So any member at the station can just come and ask for the exhibit and you'll give that exhibit out?
Ngamanye amazwi ke nanoma ubani ilunga nje le SAPS khona lapha e station lingeza lizofuna ke le ngxenye okanye i-exhibit bese wena uyayikhipha nje kanjalo.
No, hayi ngeke kwenzeka lokho.
No,
Yeah,
that
so-
will never happen.
So how did you monitor
Monitor
the
kanjani?
exchange of
Uma
this?
umuntu efika
When a
Yes.
person comes,
uyaintroduce yena kuqala ukuthi ubani ubuyapi uzofuna ini.
they introduce themselves first, who he is or who she is, where is he coming from, why is he there.
And when that person is introducing himself, you'll be sitting with the records reflecting the real investigating officer in that case. Am I
Uma lo
correct?
muntu esho kanjalo wena uzobuhleli nerecord eshoyo ukuthi ngubani ophenya icala okuyena ngqo umuntu ophenya icala.
Oh, you don't?
Cha.
No.
SAP 13 asazi ukuthi ama exhibit aphenywa ubani lawo macala.
No, we don't
Ngono
know.
iwani ongakusho lokuthi yonke into elapha e13 lena ubani IO no, we don't know.
No.
That is not happening.
That does not fall within our knowledge. To say that this exhibit it is investigated by so and so, and that one is actually investigated by so and so. That does not happen there. at
Okay, so
SAPC.
if any person just come and introduces himself as IO and demands the exhibit, you'll just take it out.
uma ke umuntu efika ethi ke kuwe eyithula njengo-IO uvele ke umnikeze leyo exhibit.
That's why ke sidemanda ukuthi ngoba sinale gqebhezana eziso kumele ashiye lesigqebhezana sakhe esishoyo ukuthi uyena oyithathile le exhibit.
Now,
But mina anginayo i-right ukuthi ngimbuze ukuthi ngoba le exhibit yecase eso why uyithatha. Cha,
Now,
I don't
that
have
is
right.
why we are having some leaflets like these ones that has to be attached when a person introduces themselves there. And as for me to interrogate the reasons why the person should be taking such an item, it's not within my capacity to do that.
Okay. And you... Sorry, just one more question. I'm sorry about that. I'm taking you back to what I've asked. In the duration of 5 years, we don't know whether there has been any exchange in this exhibit, of which we do not have record. We do not have its record that it was sealed for the duration of 5 years. We don't know if there was any exchange of that document which was kept in an exhibit bag of which we do not have evidence that it was sealed.
Yabona kule 5 years leyo asinayo futhi record eshoyo ukuthi kwaba ne-exchange asazi ukuthi kwaba ne-exchange ethize kuleyo 5 years leyo yale ngxenye yobufakazi eyayifakwe kwi-evidence bag eyayinga singenaso isiqiniseko sayo ukuthi yayisiliwe.
Iqiniso lilo lenibele ngisho ukuthi from 2015 to 2019 angeke ngikutshela ukuthi what happened there. Mina ngakutshela nje ukuthi kodwa ke from 2019 up until today njoba ngimela ubamange Colonel Mangena weza wazobhuka le exhibit out namnikeza wayibhuka back yaphuma futhi yabhuka out to brigadier lokho ngingakhuluma ukuthi kwenzekeni 2019 to 2015 hayi cha anginama answer lapho.
As far as 2015 to 2019 is concerned, I cannot assist you with answers there. I can only tell you about what happened, the account between 2019 to 2020, 2022 to 2022.
And also-
That, sorry, I'm not yet done. That Colonel Mangena came and took or booked out the item. Thereafter, booked it back, and then Colonel Gininda came and booked it out. That I can tell you. I can give account to that.
Yeah, and also thank you, Colonel, for that concession. And also, you cannot deny if there was if this firearm was exchanged during that period, because you don't know.
No, good. Exchange. Indeed, so yes.
Colonel, if these exhibits, they come back from the forensic back to the station, do you take any pictures?
Lama exhibit maweza ke eza engaphakathi kwe forensic bag. Ngabe uthatha ithombe?
Do you take any
No.
pictures before you keep them?
Andikuba ke
Store.
uyowabeka kwi store.
No.
No.
Okay. And now you say, after 5 years now, sitting with this firearm, 2 senior members of the SAPS approaches you.
Emva kwe 5 years uhleli nalesi sibhamu. Sekufika ke izikhulu khona lapha esiphoyiseni ziza kuwena.
Yebo kunjalo bafika impela.
Yes, indeed they came.
And what was your rank at that time?
Irank yakho bethini ngaleso
Same ukuhlupheka warrant office.
a poor rank of the warrant officer.
And what was the rank of Mangena and Gininda?
Umangena no Gininda ngaleso sikhathi
1-2 steps ago, kennels.
they were colonels 1 or 2 steps ahead of me.
So you couldn't ask anything from them. You just complied with what they were saying.
Ubungeke ubabuze nanoma yini, ubufanele ukuthi nje uwenze ngendlela abakutshela ngakhona.
Basho ukuthi why beyidinga. Njengoba ngishilo bayi-introduce ukuthi bawobani.
As I've already indicated, they introduced themselves as to who they were. They did give the reason as to why they need that.
Base besho ukuthi bafike lapha ngokuzofuna into so.
They then explained to me they came, or their reason of arrival there is they were looking for such and such an item.
And it is your evidence that you said, Colonel Gininda said, this firearm links with the case of Vosloorus. Did I catch that one correct? What did you say?
Wathi uKolonel Gininda wathi
So that's why he's requesting it out.
sixhumene necase yase Vosloorus isona sizathu asibhuka out leso sibhamu.
uKolonel Gininda wathi uma efika kumina ethi ezothatha isibhamu wathi uinvestigator icase so yase Vosloorus.
When he came to fetch the firearm or book out the firearm, Colonel Gininda, he said that he needs that firearm because he is actually investigating the case of Vosloorus.
And then wayethi uyayidinga ke manje ukuthi leyo exhibit mayikhona ucela ukuthi ithathwe.
He then said that he needs that exhibit. If that exhibit is there, he requests that he be given that exhibit.
So at that time, it means Colonel Gininda knew that the firearm was linking to the Vosloorus case.
I beg yours?
At that time, when Colonel Gininda approached you, he already knew that it was linking with the Vosloorus case.
Ubekwazi ngaleso sikhathi.
Uzoziphendulela.
He will come and answer for himself.
You said also you did not ask him any further as to how you did not ask him the reasons why he's asking that firearm.
Uthi wena zange ngumbuze izathu ezenza ukuthi athi uyasidinga lesi sibhamu.
Cha useshilo phela ukuthi uinvestigate yase Vosloorus ucela le exhibit.
He's already said so.
Ngeke ngisambuza.
He's already said so that he needs the firearm. He's investigating the case of Vosloorus.
Okay.
I cannot ask him why he needs it because he's already provided the reason why.
Okay. If you say We have given the description of this firearm as CZ something. You remember that description that you
Ukhumbula
gave?
ukuthi uthe i-CZ banibani lesi sibhamu.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes,
So
I
it was
remember that.
CZ?
La emaphepheni ngombhalo la is a CZ75 caliber Luger.
Based on what is written here in these papers, this is the CZ75 caliber Luger.
Okay, and we have agreed that there are many firearms of this make.
Uyakuvuma lokho ukuthi ziningi ibhamu-ke zalolu hlobo.
Yebo ayiziningi.
Yes, there's many of them.
And in this one, its its serial number was obliterated.
Lesi-ke i-serial number khona yayisuliwe. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then how did you see that it was still the same firearm when you kept it
Manje
in the
masusibeka
storeroom?
usibeka lesi sibhamu ngale kwe-storeroom.
Yes.
Ubone kanjani ukuthi kusaseyisona lesa sibhamu?
Because
Ngoba phela-ke i-serial number ayisekho.
Yeah.
Yoba ngishilo ukuthi sikwi-sealed forensic bag.
As I've already indicated, it is inside of the sealed forensic bag.
So mina ngithatha ibag nento ephakathi ngiyithege.
Now I take the bag.
Ngibeke la.
I take the bag and whatever it contains and then take it or label it and then shelve it.
Okay. My Lord, can I ask that we take an early
No,
adjournment?
let's go through,
Ah,
please.
I need to wrap up my
You
questions.
can't
my
go
Lord.
through.
Sorry, my Lord.
You can't continue. We can adjourn at 1:30.
Right now it's 5 to, my Lord.
Yeah, let's continue. We
Yes.
started late today.
Yes, my Lord. It's just that I need to wrap up my questions.
You want to consult?
Yes, my Lord. That's why I'm asking
For how long?
for an early adjournment, my Lord. Because because it's 5 to now, my Lord. If I was going to ask for
No,
5
fine.
minutes
So are you saying we must come back at 2?
at 2, my Lord.
Mr. Maloyi?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, 2:00 then.
All right.
Yeah.
Yebo.
Witness reminded of the oath, my lord.
Okay.
Colonel, we're just about to finish.
Besazoqeda ke manje.
Yebo.
You,
Yes.
you said when a member is coming to book out an exhibit, he or she will introduce himself to you. In other words, he will identify himself to you.
Ilokho kushilo ke umuntu ezobuka i-exhibit ezoyikhipha uzozisho ke ukuthi yena ungubani.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, isn't it so?
Did Colonel Mangena introduce to you as the member of the
Okay.
ballistic?
Colonel Mangena ke yena wazithola kuwena nje ngelunga le-ballistic.
Cha zangasho ukuthi usebenza kuphi kwathi nje u-Lieutenant Colonel uzobhuka isibhamu lesiso ngase ngimcela ikhadi lesiphoyisa ngenze copy.
He didn't say where he was or which office was he working for. He only introduced himself as a lieutenant colonel, and that he wanted to book out that firearm. And then he showed me the card, the police identification card.
Okay. Now the question I'm going to ask, I'm asking this question because we're a senior member of the SAPS, an experienced one. Is it the normal procedure that an officer from the ballistic will come to the station, book out the exhibits, go and analyze the exhibits, and send the exhibit back to the station?
Ngabe
Same,
kuyona
same
in-
officer.
Iyona nqubo leyo ukuthi i-officer yase ballistic ize e-police station izocela ukuthi inikezwe i-exhibit isibhamu ahambe ngaso aphinde futhi asibuyise yena lo osithathile nje ecaleni.
Hayi angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo ngoba angazi ukuthi bona eyabo imanually esebenzisa bona ukuthi are they allowed to do that or not.
I cannot answer that because I do not know based on their manual or based on their instructions as to are they allowed to do that or what does it allow them to do. Therefore,
Okay.
I cannot.
Based on your experience and on your books, have you ever had a case, an occurrence wherein you'll be approached by an officer from ballistic to book out the exhibits, go and analyze it and send it back and bring it back
Ukuya nge-experience yakho.
to you?
Ukuya nangendlela osebenza ngeencwadi ngakhona ama-registers uke waba nesigameko esinjalo sokuthi kube ne-office eqhamuka e-ballistic ize-ke izobhukha isibhamu kuwena isiphume ahambe-ke aye naso-ke kwe-ballistic aphinde asibuyise futhi kuyenzeka leyo nto leyo ukuya nge-experience yakho-ke.
Hayi ngizwe nje namhlanje njengoba ngila enkantolo ukuthi Mangena kanti was from ballistic.
No. I only heard it today in court that Mangena was actually from ballistic.
So in other words, this also was the first time incident that it happened like this.
Kanti leyo nqubo yayiqala ukwenzeka ngaleyo ndlela ukuya ngawo.
Hayi qala kwenzeka kune case enye bengihamba nje sengeke ngaba nayo same similar questions.
Well, it is not the first time that it happened. There is a case that I once was a part of, and it had the same or the similar questions.
Okay, so there are two.
Shothi izo-2 ngamanye amazwi.
Yeah, but that one is not involved. The case is still on actually.
This one has got nothing to do with this case, and it is still underway,
Okay.
or it is on, it's still on.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you. You further testified that according to your knowledge, at the ballistic they couldn't reveal the serial number that was obliterated.
Usho ke ukuya ngolwazi lakho khona lapha ne-ballistic azange bake baveze leyo serial number okungukuthi yayiseseyisuliwe.
Yebo kuleli cala lilase Cleveland.
Yes.
Lokho kwabonakala khona ukuthi mina inumber bayitholile.
Yes, pertaining this matter of Cleveland,
And
there
must-
isn't any reflection that such a serial number was retrieved.
And Masondo testified that it was revealed and even the owner of that firearm was revealed.
Masondo yena usho kanjalo ukuthi yambuleka ke kanti nomnini waso leso sibhamu wambulwa.
hayi ngibuzwile lobo bufakazi.
Yes, I heard that evidence.
So it means Masonda was talking about another firearm and you are talking another firearm, of
Ngamanye
which
amazwi ke,
the serial number was not revealed.
uma sonto ukhuluma ngesinye isibhamu, wena ukhuluma ngesinye isibhamu, leso ukhuluma ngaso i-serial number zange ngivezwe.
Cha sikhuluma ngesibhamu esi1 ukuthi nje mina kule case yala azange vele serial number.
We
Mhlawumbe vele kwamanye ama case kaMasonto.
We
Ngeke
are-
sazi.
We are talking about the same firearm. It's just that on this matter, the serial number was never revealed or that it was not retrieved. Perhaps in Masonto's cases,
Did I get you?
other cases that he is dealing with, it could be that the serial number was revealed or retrieved,
Did
but
I
not
he-
on this one.
Did I hear you correctly saying that if the owner is revealed, the firearm will then be taken to the owner? Did you say that?
Ngabe ngikuzwe kahle ke uma ngabe umnini wesibhamu uyavela okanye bayakhona ukumretriever, leso sibhamu siyathathwa sisiwe kuye.
Instruction ibingeke ifane nalesikhuluma ngayo manje.
The instruction.
Yokuthi, forfeit to the state and destroy.
The instruction would not have been the same as the instruction that we are dealing with right now, that the firearm should be forfeited to the state and be destroyed.
Okay.
If ukuthi number beyikhona, serial number ne owner besikwazile ukuyidentify ukuthi ubani.
If it so happened that the number was there, that is the serial number was there, and as well as the owner of the firearm was identified.
Okay, so in this one of yours, not that one of Masonto, in this one of yours, the owner was not revealed. That is why there was an order to destroy this firearm.
Kulena ke eyakho umnini wesibhamu azange akavezwe, kungalokho ke kwaba ne-order ethi ke masithathwe lesi sibhamu sindluliselwe kumbuso futhi siyo destroy.
Ngivumelana na kunjani impela.
I agree with you, precisely so, yes.
And the order in that one of Masondo, wherein the owner have been revealed, it will have a different order, not to destroy the
Laphana
firearm.
la kuvele khona ke umnini wesibhamu i-order iyohluka nale yalana la kungabonakala ngayo umnini wesibhamu.
Kusho ukuthi ke manje lana ke kusho ukuthi mawuthi lena uMasonto akhuluma ngaso, I'm sure sine SAP 13 yaso different ukuthi
That actually means that the firearm being referred to that has to do with Masonto, it does have its own SAP 13 number
that's what I'm saying.
that differs with this one here.
Correct, that's why I'm saying it means we are talking about different firearms.
Ingalokho ngisho ke ukuthi nikhuluma ngebhamu ezihlukile.
cha mina ngikhuluma ngalesi siphambi kwami lesi esinye isikhulu esishoyo ke samasondo hayi angisazi mina ngisakhuluma nje senze ngime la eboxini sikhuluma ngalesu SAP 1386/2015.
I am talking about this one, whose entry is reflected here in the books that I am having in front of me here, the one that has got SAP 1386 of 2015. As far as Masonto's firearm is concerned, I am not referring to that. Since I came into this box, I've been referring to this one that is reflected in these registers.
Okay. If Colonel Geninda came to book out the exhibit from you,
Colonel Kininda wezake wazobuka out exhibit when.
is it also not the procedure that he was supposed to come with the LCRC expert to package the exhibit, take pictures, book it out, and take it to the LCRC?
Bekungafanele ukuthi kube ileyo ndlela ke yenze
Sorry, my
ngakhona.
lord, not LCRC, to the ballistic.
Obefanele ukuthi eze nomuntu waseballistic kufike kuthathwe ke leyo exhibit ipackagwe kahle kuthathwe izithombe bese ke singakhishwa.
When
Bekungafanele
it
ukuthi
was
kube njalo
booked out from you.
bese ke sibhukwa out kusuka kuwena.
Ngicela nkosi enkantolo aphinde futhi lo mbuzo wakhe awuqale kahle.
Can you please start? Rephrase that question, please.
Was it not the procedure should have been followed when Geninda came to book out the exhibit, that he will come with the LCRC expert or officer to package the exhibit, take pictures, and book out the exhibit to the
Bekungeyona-
ballistic?
Bekungeyona ke inqubo leyo ukuthi uGininda uzofika ke ne official eqhamuka khona lapha yana LCRC or ballistic. Advocate Mshololo, LCRC or ballistic?
Ballistic, I'm sorry.
Okay, as nomuntu oqhamuka khona laphayana ballistic uma ke befika ke buyo thathwa ke leyo ngxenye yobufakazi or exhibit package.
Why should that be so? Because the end destination of the firearm is ballistic. So why should the ballistic start at the initiation of the process? Because this firearm ends with the ballistic. And you are saying, is it not procedural that a person from ballistic?
I'm sorry, my lord. I did not mean ballistic. I meant LCRC. My apologies, my lord. I meant LCRC.
Ngabe aksiyona ke kube nephutha nje kancane lapho inqubo leyo ukuthi umuntu wase LCRC eze no babugininda laphayana kuzobhukwa ke lengxenye yobufakazi kanti ke uma ibhukwa kanjalo kuzoqala ukuthathwe leyo exhibit ibese ke iyapackagewa emva ukuthi ipackage ukuthathwa isithombe emva ukuthi ukuthathwa isithombe bese ibhukwa out akuyona inqubo le.
As a court, please, my lord, I don't know, there's no such evidence that a person from LCRC came with Colonel Gininda or Brigadier.
My lord, I'm not saying the member from LCRC came. I'm just asking, was it not the procedure, my lord, that a member will come? I'm just asking, it's a question, my lord.
Yes, that's so. Mr. Baloyi, do you know that procedure?
Well, as a court pleases, my lord, the question seems to be
Exploratory.
unfair in the sense that the witness is now asked to speculate. You know, as I said, there's no such evidence. So I don't know, is the witness now expected to speculate?
Mr. Sholosi, where are you getting to?
My lord, I'm not inviting the witness to speculate, but as a person who was working with the exhibits and who is used to this type of evidence, my lord, when the exhibits are booked out from the station.
But that procedure is following the evidence
Yes, my lord.
of taking the photo, taking the gun, the photo on all sides, 6 sides. It's when the exhibit firearm is brought in for the first time at your storeroom. Is that not the procedure?
Ukuthi uma kulethwa isibhamu mhlambe khona lapha ku storeroom le nqubo akhuluma ngayo leyo procedure akhuluma ngayo ifake ngaphakathi ukuthi kuthathwe isithombe sesibhamu ke sethi sikhuluma ngaso isibhamu bese kuthathwa ke amahlangothi wonke awu6 waleso sibhamu phezulu ngaphansi emasayidini ngasemuva ngaphambili akunjalo kuthathwa lesibhamu siyalethwa ngisho okokuqala masifika bese ke kuthathwa ke izithombe ezingaba u6
because enkanto la ke ngivumele ke ngichazela ukuthi please manje sesikhuluma nge local criminal record center ukhuluma ngeballistic iballistic is a FSL.
Now we talking about
into eyi-1 leyo.
Now we are talking about LCRC and ballistic or FSL. Ballistic and FSL is the same thing. And now we have also spoken about the LCRC. Let me try and explain that.
LCRC ilaba bathatha ama photos we seen there on the scene.
Right on the scene. That is the people that are concerned with the taking of the photographs at the scene. That I'm referring to the people of the LCRC.
And the fingerprints as well.
And as well as the fingerprint. Neminwe ke ithathwa yibo labasi LCRC.
History yalesibhamu ukuthi satholakala kumuntu eseshwa ngaleso sikhathi sitholakala, that's why sine charge nje position engasho ukuthi senzeni lesibhamu lesi.
Now this is the history of the firearm. This firearm was found in possession of a person unlawfully possessing it, and it doesn't say much. That is why the charge is that the unlawful possession of the firearm.
So ke LCRC angeni ndawo kule charges.
Now on the charge like this one, LCRC has got nothing to do with it.
Lesibhamu sithathwa kulomuntu singene ebhegini singene CSC singene 13 sishone ballistic.
This firearm
FSL.
is taken from a person, it is put inside of the bag, it goes to SAP
13 storeroom.
Yes, SAP 13 storeroom.
And from there sihambe silandwe siye ballistic.
Then from there it is taken to the ballistics.
So uma kuthi khona ithonje kufanele thathwe ke la kusho ukuthi ziyothathwa yini FSL.
Now, if there are pictures that needs to be taken, they will be taken by FSL.
So ke mangiya ke manje question yakho sengiyayizwisisa ke ukuthi cha akusiyi procedure le.
Now, if I understand your question correctly, I would answer you by saying, no, that is not the procedure.
IO is there no LCRC people.
No, there shouldn't be a way that the RO or that the IO should not be coming with the LCRC people.
Okay. And at the time when Gininda booked out this exhibit, there are no pictures that were taken of this exhibit to show the condition in which Gininda booked out this exhibit.
Neyithombe azikho ngenkathi uGininda ezobhuka lesi sibhamu ke iyithombe azikho ukuthi wathatha lesi sibhamu sikwesiphi isimo.
Cha ke ngizothi impela hayi ngasathi sithatha kumina azikho ithombe ezathathwa.
I would say that when the firearm was taken from me, there are no photographs which were taken.
Thank you, Colonel. Is it also evidence that Gininda said he was booking out this exhibit for safekeeping?
Ngabe ubufakazi bakho ukuthi washo kanjalo uGininda ukuthi uyasibhuka out lesi sibhamu ukuthi ayosigcina siphephile?
Yebo washo ngibaluthi ngiyasithatha lesibhamu ngiyosigcina le kumina angazi ngiqhubeke ngambuza isizathu.
Now, he did say that he is taking this firearm. He's going to keep it with himself. I don't know if I should proceed. Proceed. I then asked him the question, what would be the reason?
Yebo angiphendula.
He then answered me.
Iqiniso ke siyalazi sonke nje la semhlabeni angiqhubeke.
Can I
Iqiniso
proceed?
siyalazi ibhamu ziyalahleka ema police station.
We all know the truth that firearms gets missing in the hands of the police.
Njengoba siyazi ukuthi no woody iphoyisa laze 13 laze la ibulala ngoba bathola ukuthi ibhamu ezo 150 aziko accountable.
Even one police officer committed suicide, given the fact that there's 150 firearms that were not given account to.
So ngakubona kuyisimo esihle impela ukuthi cha sithathe lesibhamu lesi ndodo yosigcina kwena.
Well, I thought that that was a good thing to do, that he should take this firearm and keep it with him
for safekeeping.
For safekeeping, which is asgcine laphana siphephile.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is
It is
also
indeed so.
your evidence that you said in terms of the audit report, this firearm is still counted under your custody. Is that
Ngabe
correct?
kunjalo ukuthi kuya nge-audit report ukuthi lesi sibhamu savelela ke kulezi ibhamu oyicaphile wena.
Yebo
Ngaphansi
ngoba ucolumn 6 wami lo wayizolo with disposal is still open.
Yes, because the column 6 that I spoke about yesterday is still open.
Ngalesikhathi ke nguvala ke yilapho engisho lesibhamu sesiphumile ke ngempela ezandleni zase Cleveland.
When I close that column, that is when I will be, writing down or perhaps saying that that firearm is out of my hands from the case of the Cleveland.
But in terms of your duties, the firearm is supposed to be under control and kept in this safe that you are controlling. Am I correct?
Lesi sibhamu befanele ukuthi njengoba usicaphile sibe sesafini yakho le onolawulo phezukwayo.
Yebo right impela kodwa phela lesibhamu lesi asitrontshwanga la sikhishiwe sasayinelwa lo muntu wathi uzosithatha yena ngoba noma isibhamu sibhukwa size court ngisuke ngingekho mina ecourt ngile emsebenzini.
Yes, that is the truth. But however, this firearm was not stolen. This firearm was booked out. And if this person books it out, he will be perhaps here in court, and I wouldn't be in court myself. I would be somewhere in the office.
Njoba sikuyena nje si safe si right is la isihleli khona if anything happen kusona yena uzobhala istatement ukuthi kwenzekeni ngalesibhamu.
Now, since it is not in my possession, it is in his possession, he's kept it safe. Anything that happens with that firearm, he will have to give an account, a written account, as to what happened with that firearm.
So kuba short ke nje ngosenkantolo ukuthi cha ayikho into wrong eyenzekile la.
In short,
sese right wonke sikwenzile sinogeni sino Colonel Genindi.
In short, there is nothing that is wrong that we have committed here in as far as the procedures are concerned between myself and Colonel Geninda.
Thank you, my lord. I have no
Brigadier
further
Geninda.
questions.
Okay, yes, Mr. Blowy. Re-exam.
As the court pleases, my lord. In cross-examination by both counsel for accused number 3 and accused number 5, reference was made to the statement by Colonel Mangena
Mawubuza imibuzo laphana ke ummeli kaMmangalelwa wesithathu uMmangalelwa wesihlanu malana ke nestatement esikalokho njani uMangena.
and in particular the sentence that reads, the said exhibits were received in an open evidence bag, and open here is OPEN, open, for record purposes.
Kakhulukazi ke leso okanye leso statement esithi le bag yatholakala okanye le exhibit yatholakala ivuliwe. Shuthi ke ibag yayivuliwe.
Now,
Shuthi lokho kuchamuka kwi statement sakhe.
yes.
I understand.
Yes. Now, the question is this. The forensic bags where in the firearms are packed, how do they look like?
Lama forensic bag la kufakwa khona ke ibhamu abuya kanjani lama forensic bag?
In other words, are they, can one see through them? Are they transparent, or what is the position?
Ngamanye amazwi uyakhona ukubona ilawa ke are transparent uyakwazi ukubona.
Yes, they are transparent.
They are transparent. Uthi ilawa okhona ukubona ngaphakathi ukuthi kunani.
You explained that only Colonel Mangena can explain his affidavit.
Ukushilo lokho ukuthi nguye uKenneth Mangena ongakwazi ukuthi azochaza iaffidavit yakhe.
Including the context in which he used the word open. In other words, open as in not closed or open as in transparent.
Ngamanye amazwi ke nokuthi ke ngaphansi kwesiphi isimo kakhulukazi makasebenzisa leli gama elithi open. Ngamanye amazwi ukuthi ibag lalivuliwe okanye ibag lalibonakala ukuthi liphethe ini ngaphakathi. Uyena umuntu ongakusho lokho.
Hayi uyena impela osengeza azochaza.
Yes, he is the very person that can come and explain that.
You were also questioned by counsel for accused number 5 that there is no record that the firearm was sealed for the 5 years in which it was in storage.
Wakubuza ke ummeli kaMmangalelwa wesihlanu ukuthi akukho la kubhalwe khona phansi ukuthi lesi sibhamu besisiliwe ngamanye amazwi besifakwe kwi-evidence bag eyayisiliwe kule 5 years esasigcinwe khona lapha e-police station yakhombula.
Yebo kunjani impela ayikho record.
Yes, indeed, there isn't any record pertaining that.
And furthermore, there's no evidence that there was no exchange of firearms.
Nokuthi abukho ke ubufakazi obumayelana nokuthi azange kube ne-exchange yebhamu.
Anginabo lokufaka.
Yes, I do not have such evidence.
You mentioned, evidence in chief that all activity, all transactions in respect of a firearm that's in the store is reflected in Exhibit X2.
Ukushilo lokho ke ukuthi ama-transactions wonke amayelana ke nalesi sibhamu ayavelela kulama entry aku X2.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
And you mentioned in particular that in column 5, one can trace as to what has been happening to the firearm.
Kanti naku column 5 yaleyo exhibit umuntu uyakwazi ukuthi aloke elandelela ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngaleso sibhamu ke leyo exhibit.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
So in other words, every single activity in respect of the firearm would be documented in Exhibit X2. Will that be
Ngamanye
correct?
amazwi ke yonke into eyenzakala ngalesi sibhamu izobhalwa phansi ku Exhibit X2.
Column 5. Yebo.
Yes, in column 5, yes.
No column 6 ukube sasesihambile bezobuvaliwe ube sas-destroy.
And column 6 as well, which would be applicable if that firearm had already been destroyed, was taken for destruction.
You also mentioned that it is the practice in the SAP 13 store that if an exhibit is received from the client service center in an exhibit bag that is open, it will not be accepted.
Ukushilo
In the
lokho
SAP
ke uma
13
ngabe
store.
i-exhibit iyalethwa khona laphana SAP 13 store iqhamuka khona laphayana kwi-client service center ivuliwe ayizo kwamukeleka khona laphana SAP 13 lokho kushilo.
yabo kunjani.
Yes, it is so.
Now, what is the practice if an exhibit is received back from, let's say, from ballistics to the SAP 13 store? If the exhibit bag has been opened, will it be accepted?
Uma ke leyo exhibit isiqhamuka khona laphana ballistic ilethwa ku SAP 13 store kanti ke ivuliwe ngabe leyo exhibit izowamukeleka?
Cha ngeke impela siyamukele sizokwenza ukuthi lo muntu ozilethayo obuya nayo FSL ballistic abhale statement eshow ukuthi why the exhibit is open.
Not at all. It would actually compel us to let the person write a statement to justify why that exhibit bag that was coming from ballistic was brought open.
You were also asked by counsel for accused number 5 as to what Gininda told you when he booked the firearm on the 27th of July 2020, namely that the firearm is being linked to the Vosloorus case. Is that correct?
Wakubuza ke ummeli kaMangalelo Sihlanu ukuthi uGininda wathini makazobhuka out lesi sibhamu ukuthi wathi lesi sibhamu sibhukwa out njena sixhumene ne case yase Vosloorus uma eza nge-27 kaJuly 2020.
Yebo impela uma ifika kumina ezosithatha lesibhamu ethi uyasithatha for safekeeping washo ubrigadier now by then I left it and Colonel uthi cha ngiyasithatha lesibhamu ngoba ngibusy ngecase engi-investigatayo yase Vosloorus.
Indeed, that is what the then Lieutenant Colonel had said, that he is taking, which is now the brigadier right now, that he is taking this firearm for safekeeping in that there is a case that it is linked to, which is the Vosloorus case.
No. Now, before the 27th of July 2020, was this knowledge imparted to you? Did you know that, or did anyone in the SAP 13 store know that there was a linkage with the Vosloorus case before the 27th of July?
And kokuba ke kufike leyo date yange 27th ka July 2020 ngabe lolo lwazi kwakhona nje omnye wenu obekwazi lokho khona lapha na SAP 13 ukuthi le exhibit lena iqhunyaniswa ke necala lase Vosloorus.
Ngaba kwaba yisurprise nje ngalelo langa ngathuka nokuthuka ukuthi lesibhamu phela sicishe sasikandayi.
Now, not at all. It was actually a surprise to us. We were surprised in that. In fact, I got shocked such that I thought to myself that we almost destroyed this firearm.
Now, you mentioned that at any given time there are a number of firearms in the store. At some point, there were firearms in excess of 500 in your SAP 13 store.
Ukushilo lokho ke kwakhona nje isikhathi la bekukhona khona ibhamu lapha ku SAP 13 store ezingaba 500.
Yebo mangikhumbula kahle ukuthi mina mangifika lapha e13 store ngoJanuary ngiqala ngisebenza khona impela mangenza ihanding over ngaphela uvela ungene kunalento ukuthi afune beniwe labantu bebesebenza lapha fune banikezele kuwena umsebenzi so akumele uvela uthathe ungazange uyocounter each and every item and especially ebhamyeni ke khona impela wenza sure ukuthi usayinela ukuthi lento uyayithatha ngoba ngempela iyona ayishoti so mangasho impela ngamashoti ukuthi yebo zazifika impela ku 500 ibhamu lapha store.
Yes. I can say that with surety that there were 500 firearms that were in the storeroom, because the procedure is that one would not just allow the handing over to take place like that without ascertaining what is it that you will be responsible of. One would have to go into the storeroom there and count particularly the firearms. One would have to go and count the number of the firearms that you will be responsible for. Yes, in short, I would say that yes, there were 500.
Now, given this number of firearms in your store, what is your comment to the suggestion by counsel for accused number 4 that there could have been an exchange of firearms?
Uthini-ke ngalokho-ke uma
5, sorry, accused number 5.
Uma ummeli kaMmangalelwa wesihlanu ethi kunokwenzeka ukuthi kwaba i-exchange yebhamu khona lapho yesibhamu.
Hayi cha kungithusile impela ngoba phela sikhuluma ngebhamu eningi. Hayi kwaphikwa lesi nje ukuthi kube nokuxikixiki kusona ngoba nalabantu engithatha kubona yimi engase ngiya nale information ukuthi hey nazi lesibhamu lesi SAP13 so and so esesine instruction yokuthi siya distractwa leso sibhamu phela sesithathiwe ngenxa ye case so yabona nabo bathuka ukuthi awu ulo muntu wafika lapho washona nje kusona le yabhek cha inkinga ngithukile mangizwa lo question enkantolo.
I actually got shocked when I heard such a question, that why would it be that particular firearm that is chosen out of all the firearms, because it is even myself that alerted others that that firearm that was meant or that had the instruction that it should be destroyed, it is actually a firearm that is needed somewhere. So I actually got shocked when that was actually said.
It was also put to you that Sergeant Masondo testified that the serial number of this firearm was determined. You answer that maybe in other cases of Masondo it was revealed.
Ukushilo lokho ke uma kuthiwa ke uSergeant Masondo yena iserial number yesibhamu wakwazi ukuyithola wena wathi mhlambe kwamanye amacala wakhe lo uSergeant Masondo.
Yebo ngisho njani Paul impela ngishiso lokuthi le case docket le position ayikho into eshoyo ukuthi isibhamu serial number yakhona ithini ayikho kule case ayikho.
Precisely, that is what I had said, given the fact that in this case docket there isn't any recording that says that what is the serial number of this particular firearm in this case docket. There isn't.
Now, it was put to you by counsel for accused number 3, Advocate Munisi, with reference to your statement, that you don't mention in your statement that Colonel Mangena fetched the firearm on the 20th of July 2020 to ballistics, to take it to ballistics.
Uyakhumbula ke ummeli kaMmangalelwa wesithathu wakusho lokho ukuthi esikhuluma ngo-advocate Mnisi ukuthi awuzange uyiveze kwi-statement sakho sibhalile ukuthi uKelly Mangena weza futhi ukuzobhuka out leso sibhamu awuzange uyifake lapha yana kulesi statement sakho mayelana noKelly Mangena ebhuka okanye ebuyisa isibhamu kuwena.
If I can ask you to turn to page 3 of Exhibit X2. Under the entry on the 20th of July 2020, can you just again place that entry and record?
Entry with record.
Yeah, it's 2020-07 on the 20th. Item 3.1, book to FSL ballistics for further examination.
Yes. Uthi lana nge 20 zika July 2020 kukhona ke lengcenye ubufakazi 3.1 yabhukwa ke iyayisuka kwi-FSL forensic science laboratory kuma ballistics ukuze ke kuyokwenzwa ivivinyo eziqhubekayo.
So the purpose was stated in Exhibit X2, the firearm transfer register.
Kanti ke sizathu sabhalwa khona lana kwi-firearm transfer register.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
And whilst we are on this aspect, it mentions that item 3.1, book to FSL, just once again, just put in record what is this item 3.1.
Ungaphinde futhi usitshele ukuthi le item ukuthi i3.1 kuyini.
In light of what was put to you by accused number 3 counsel, that there is a likelihood that the firearm Mangena received, it's not the same firearm that was confiscated from the accused by Sergeant Masondo.
Kakhulukazi hloko esibhekele yonto leyo ukuthi lesi sibhamu lesi esatholakala ke kummangalelo wesithathu uSergeant Masondo akusisona ke khulunywa ngaso lena eincwadini.
What is this item as per 3.1?
Awusitshele ke le item esikhuluma ngayo i3.1.
Njoba ngeke ngasho nayizolo ukuthi u3.3 la ubhala khona ama details yonke exhibit oyifakayo lapha kwi SABC izwe yes13.
So I have already explained that 3.3 it is where you give or 3.1 within column 3, that is where you are able to say what are those items that you are booking in.
Yes.
So ngingasho nje ukuthi njoba kubhaliwe la ukuthi uKennel Mangena wabhuka uitem 3.1 utrajon 3.1 yini leyo ikwakuyi isibhamu esi1 in 9mm esimnyama ipistoli esakhandwa sabizwa ukuthi CZ75 igama laso elinye kuthiwa yiLuka kodwa sasingenayo ke iserial number ngoba yayisusiwe.
As I have already indicated, the 3.1 meant that it was a firearm, 1 9mm black pistol, CZ75 of the caliber Luger, and serial number was filed off.
So lesibhamu asithatha uKennel Mangena.
That is the very firearm that was taken by Colonel Mangena.
On page 4 of Exhibit X2, under the entry 27 July 2020, it is mentioned there that item 3.1 to 3.3 book back by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Iyasho ke khona lapha na kuleli khasi lesine lapha yana kule entry ethi 27 July 2020 lapho ke ukuthi uSergeant Mangena uyena ke owabuyisa ke lesi leyo item item 3.1 ukuya ku item 3.3.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
The entry that we've just referred to on the 20th of July 2020 only refers to item in 3.1. Can you then just clarify?
Yes, into engayisho la kokwenzeka la ukuthi uKennel ngoba ihandwriting yakhe la uyowabhala la ukuthi just that wa mention only u3.1.
What happened here, because I can see that that is the handwriting of the Colonel here, he only made mention of 3.1, that he is taking 3.1.
So kwaba error nje eyenzeka la.
That was just an error that had happened there.
Yes. So what is the true position?
The true one is that one noted these items 3.1 to 3.2 they were booked out. Although zingazange zishiwo la but zihamba zonke umama nabantwana bakhe.
That is the true position, that even though it may not have appeared or generalized as 3.1 to 3.3, it should have been the position that 3.1 to 3.3 were booked out. They go together.
That's why mina as a store manager mase ngizi receiver ngabona ukuthi ubuyisa isibhamu nomagazini nenhlamvu.
As a store manager or the storeman there, I was able to see or observe that he is now returning the firearm, the magazine, and as well as the live rounds.
Ngoba kuba ngikusho lokho ukuthi yini engakureserve abe nginenkinga manje abe le magazine nenhlamvu sifuneka kumina.
had I not made mention of what items in particular did it bring back, I would be in trouble right now. The magazine and as well as the live rounds, I was supposed to, perhaps they were going to ask me to provide them with them, or that I would have to account.
Naye futhi njengoba ubonile ke kosenkantolo uba mangena wayifaka isignature ngoba kube ngangashonga ukuthi kube wayizophika athi hayi imtshali wangisayinisa ukuthi mina ngilethe isibhamu nenhlamvu nemagazini mina ngithatha isibhamu kuphela.
As it is reflected here in the entry, there is a signature from Mangena. I should think that he was going to dispute signing this, given the fact that he only brought one item, to wit the firearm. He would have refused to sign. But it was evident that the items that he was bringing, it was not only the firearm, so he signed.
And what was handed to Brigadier Gininda?
Yeah, masiqhubeka kule landela impela iyasho ke nala futhi sihambisana nakho lokhu okuku column 3 ukuthi kwahamba ama item awu 3.1 aya ku 3.3 ngawanikeza uColonel Gininda obuya ehead office ewabhuka out ke ewasayinela ukuthi uyawathatha for ukuthi safekeeping ngecala lase Vosloorus. 636-10-2014.
Yes, the very same items that are reflected in column number 3, which are items 3.1 to 3.3, that Colonel Gininda came to the effect that he is taking those items for safekeeping, and also that these items are linked with the Vosloorus case, case 636. Of 10 or /10 of 2014.
Naye ke futhi ubengeke afaka isignature la mina ngumnikeza into eyi1 kodwa ngibhale encwadini zabelungu ukuthi kuthathwa.
Even himself, he wasn't going to sign if I give him just one item, yet in the books here I have recorded 3 items. He wouldn't have taken it. He wouldn't have attached his signature there.
Mr. Court, please. Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Thanks. I see you want to throw the dice again. Colonel, it's just a minor thing. And actually, nothing revolves around it. I'm just asking you this. Don't you find it that it was peculiar that, now let me put it like this. Yeah, let me start. Don't you find it very peculiar that when 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 were booked, the ammunition, 12 bullets. Are you with me?
Uyakuzwa lokho awutholi into ekhethe kakhulu leyo ukuthi kwathathwa lezo zinto ezo 3 kakhulukazi sesikhuluma ngama ammunition live rounds awu 12.
Hayi ngosenkantolo athi 28 la not 12.
Sorry, 28.
Yeah,
sorry, 28. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask to combine with 28. That number. I mean, we have been told that this CPZ Luger pistol is plentiful in South Africa, which is true. But 28 bullets, is that also, when they come with 28 bullets, 30 bullets, 1 bullet? Is that what is your experience?
Maziza ke le ibhamu ngeenhlava ezinjalo 28 12 kanjalo 1
ake ngichaze ngosenkantolo ethi kunaba nje kancane ozakwethu nje wabehleli lapha bephethe ama R5 i-R5 imagazini ifaka 30 but oyi1 angasukuma lapho uphethe ama magazini ayi2 ana 60 yebo ke inhlamvu ezatholakala Zoo 28 including ne 15 ye-CZ nalezi ezinye ke zakhe loye zathola kuyena ama extras zathathwa zonke ngaleso sikhathi yiko ke ziningi.
Yes, that is why there are many of them. All other bullets that were found in the possession of that person, they were also taken. An example was made that there are police officers there that are carrying the R5s, and one magazine is taking about 15. And if there are 2 magazines, there's obviously 30 of those bullets. So all of the bullets that were found during that time were taken together with
Okay,
that.
fine. No, nothing
item.
turns on it. Nothing. It's just me being curious. Okay. Thanks ever so much for your assistance.
Thank you very
Siyabonga
much,
kakhulu, baba.
my lord.
Let me ask you a personal question. You don't want to be the Commissioner of Police in South Africa?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Please, my lord, reference was made to the statement by Advocate Nisi. I suppose he wanted to hand it up. It will be Exhibit
Exhibit?
X in brackets 2 Annexure C.
Okay. So it will be X in brackets. Next year. Yeah, fine. So noted.
X in brackets 2 Annexure C.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Court, please, may we then adjourn until...
All right. Friday, yeah? Okay, the court will adjourn 10 o'clock Monday.
All right.